Calling all Foundation staff, calling all Foundation staff. This is Dr. Theron Sherman broadcasting live from Site 42. Do you read us? If you read us, let us know in the chat. We are broadcasting, digitizing signals, reticulating splines. If you can hear us, make sure to like, share, and subscribe on your encrypted YouTube account. Please do not use your civilian account to like the stream. We're talking to you, Steve, again, this week. If we hear you in the chat, if you hear us in the chat, what am I talking about? If you hear us in the chat, let us know and we will go live immediately. Uh-oh, it looks like Water is in the chat saying hello. That's a good sign. Ellie, thank you for the word. Let us get this show on the road. Hey there, Foundation staff. This is Dr. Theron Sherman, but you can call me Sherm. Welcome to another anomalous broadcast from Site 42 with my wonderful recurring guest, Billith. Hello, Billith.
Hello. Yeah, I didn't expect to be such a permanent feature on this show, but happy to be here.
You have been a most excellent co-host through this quest.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
We're 6 streams in. We've both gotten sick and had to take time off, but it's good to be back.
Yeah, even the secondary co-hosts got sick. Even, I don't know, even Cimmerian got sick, and he doesn't even need to be here, so.
I got sick, then you got sick, then your backup got sick, then our backup's backup got sick.
Yeah.
The site has been in quarantine for weeks already. And
yeah.
I tell you what, even though the 7000 contest was over, it ended on the 29th or 30th of August, and I thought to myself, okay, we didn't make our goal. Should we just, call it? But no. We're getting this done. We are like in those cartoons where they train for a marathon, and then they run the marathon, and it's over, and it's nighttime, and everyone's gone home. But we are going to cross that finish line very tired at 12:01 a.m., eventually.
What Sherman's trying to say is we have a problem.
Exactly. You get it.
Yeah.
Remember that we are still doing this. First and foremost, we started this quest because our dear friend Dr. Cimmerian nearly got hit by a tree and at least lost a roof over it.
This is true. Yes, he's got a. I mean, I hope the hole has been patched by now, but if not, he's got a giant hole in his house and the rain is still coming through. So we don't want to have to keep buying him laptops.
He managed to put out a video this week, though. That was impressive. He's having to record in his common room, so that's really tricky if you've ever recorded for YouTube. It's very hard to get quiet and the people in your house to help out with that.
Yes, absolutely.
So please, the link is in the bio if you want to help Dr. Cimmerian recover and keep recording for us and producing content. Go help him out in the link in the description.
It's looking pretty nice. The number is bigger from when I last checked it.
Exactly. Bit by bit by bit. Also, before we start, because this is our first stream back after the contest is ended, we're going to go ahead and give you guys the results real quick as well as the special mentions. So let's scroll down to the newly minted contest page where you can see, gosh, all of the articles in vote total order. So that's helpful for y'all if you want to check it out, see where your favorites ended up. But what we want to give you right now is the stats and trivia. Wait, does that tell you? I'll give you first, second, and third because that's at the top then. So first off, our first place winner is The Loser by Harry Blank at 464 total upvotes. Or final vote score, I should say.
Total underdog victory.
Coming at you in second place was SCP-7077, Heptophobia by Yosiposi, which we're going to get to look at that pretty soon, this stream maybe, so that's exciting. And third is SCP-7333, Business Lizard by Zin.
Oh, happy to see that one up there.
Thank you, Business Lizard. Thank you so much.
It's good stuff.
Also, shout-outs to 4th and 5th, Meet Me in the Stars by Fabled Tiefling, and The Neon God by Tufto, which were also fantastic articles, the both of them. Man, there was some good content in this contest, man, and we're still not even done yet.
Some long content, but good content, yes.
Honorable mentions, we have the Luckiest Award for SCP-7878. This was just selected at random, and that's Moving Past the Feeling by Felizu. Vote-based awards, most discussed was The Loser, based on most discussion posts. Best grade, meaning best ratio of upvotes to downvotes, was 70-20, The Voyagers by SwordLover87 and Codax, or Coda X.
Not ringing a bell.
Most total votes was again The Loser by Harry Blank. Freshman class, highest new rated object class. SCP-7107 Arrested Epiphany by Dead Cannons is the only surviving entry with a new object class. That's pretty interesting. The I'm So Meta Even This Article Award, most successful meta article, goes to SCP-7700. Dr. Cimmerian goes out on a limb. Congratulations, Cimmerian.
Isn't that the same the same name as 3500? Or no, it was changed. Right. Very funny.
I don't understand what the breakout performance is. Most successful article, that is also the author's first. It says so many lost throwaways, smelt. Translations and pages related to site function are not considered. I don't know what's going on with that one. So, if anyone in the chat knows what's up, let me know. Unsung Hero, most underappreciated, best grade under 50, was SCP-7268, The Spark of Life by Blindbeard. Most disliked by people with good taste. Footnote, article with the most downvotes. Yes, we checked with the authors that they would think this award would be funny before giving it to them. Your Honor, League of Legends by Callie Bolden Scherf, SCP-7400. Most interactive, the most popular interactive article was 7006, Initiative by Lyrin, Lizard Wizard, iHip, Dark Stuff, and Jorich.
Very interactive, yeah.
The definition of the interactive tag is a source of a long-standing feud between Mast and CO. Lovely. Most media award, most popular article that uses audio and video went to 7007, Misforging Gorge by Grigori Karpin and Vivarium. Comeback King, the most popular article that dipped into the negatives was SCP-7166, Never Strikes Twice by Mason D. Hoyt. Yossi, he's never written anything for the site before. Oh, okay, but it didn't list his article. That's why I was confused. It listed the author, but I don't know what article they wrote. I wish that was listed there, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know if is it still existing? Is that the problem? To get taken down, or if it's in rewrite? I don't know.
I don't imagine if it was like the most upvoted of a new person.
I don't know.
Okay, but here we go. Best in class. The best safe class anomaly highest rated was 7007, Misfortune Gorge again. Best highest rated Euclid was 7000, The Loser. Highest rated Keter was 7777, Heptophobia by Yossi. Highest rated Thaumiel was 7005, The Neon God by Tufto. Highest rated Neutralized was 7500, Luck of the Irish by Staffer. 7003 got highest level pending object class, 3 White Horses by They Call Me Tim. Highest rated Apollyon 7004, Insane Wailing Feral by Ekronak. Woo, I remember that one.
No, I remember that one very well.
And highest rated Archon 7600, 6 Feet Under by Ralliston.
To be fair, how many Archon articles were there?
The longest article was Initiative, SCP-7006. Shortest was 7290, Bullet Hell by Warilium. First posted was Your Honor, League of Legends, 7400. Last posted was 13 Indeed by Fishish and Jack Waltz, SCP-7013. We'll get to that one day.
Okay.
Masked Nightmare, footnote, the article with the most tags was SCP-7390, Grimsley Trudge by Jack Ike. And Tagless, the article with the least tags, was 7008, A Single Plastic Rose by Anonymous.
Fun fact about the one by Jack, was that Jack Ike, you said? Yeah, that they wanted to have every single tag on the article, but there's a limit to how many tags you can put on the article.
Ran out of tag space. I did not even know that was possible.
Yep, character limit. It's a shame.
All right, so with our award winners and special mentions out of the way, it's time to get to the fruit of today's labor, the articles themselves. Now, missing their titles, but having their new numbers. Last week, we ended with SCP-7100 by Captain Kirby, and so that means we're starting today with SCP-7726 by Uncle Nicolini.
Very good. Let's see.
And so, what is this article? What is it called?
Good question. The series page.
Yeah, if you look that up, I will get this formatted for the stream.
Absolutely. Yeah, so let's see. 72. 7726. Got it. It's So Long and Thanks for All the Fish by Uncle Nicolini. A very good reference.
Very good reference. That is the entire reason this channel is Site 42. Fun trivia fact.
Ah, that's very good. It's a very good trivia fact. Appreciate that.
All right, so we are starting at the top. I'll take this one to begin.
Okay, Yossi says there's a content warning.
Content warning. All right, let's take a look. Thank you for the heads up, Yos. Content warning. This article contains a suicide attempt, mentions of suicide, toxic positivity, and gaslighting. Oof. Oh, brother. We are starting with a hot one today.
Yeah, this is going to be spicy, I can tell.
Okay. You are thoroughly content warned. All right. Starts with a note at the top. Dear Rex, I don't actually know if it will be you who finds me like this, but if anyone is going to find me, I figure it's going to be you. But I digress. I'll get that character a better voice once I know who they are. Fire Suppression Department Case ID 7000 XP. Issue. Dr. Justine Everwood is exhibiting intense survivor guilt over being the sole survivor of containment breach 562341673444 WTX. We have far too many containment breaches in this organization. Knowledge. Everwood has exhibited suicidal tendencies in the past, particularly in their teenage years, and is expected to relapse into such tendencies within the following weeks. Recommended procedure. Utilize psychological personnel to encourage their suicidal tendencies and enact Lucky Hair Protocol 2%. Notes, not applicable. Okay, yeah, I see where we're going with this. Oh boy, oh boy. I shouldn't have survived that breach. Everyone says I was lucky to escape with one arm intact, but I don't believe them. 50 dead and 1 injured? Please. There's nothing lucky about knowing I should have died but didn't. Fire Suppression Department Case ID 7000 XP. Update. Lucky Hair Protocol has worked as predicted. Everwood is expected to attempt suicide sometime this week. As per Lucky Hair Protocol, SCP-7000 has been left in an easily accessible location to Everwood under the guise of being a non-anomalous firearm left behind by a careless security guard. Oh god, oh fuck.
I don't like this.
Thank you for working so hard for me. Seeing as you're the most hardworking person in our department, I'm confident your promotion will be swift. But more importantly, thank you for your friendship. You made working here that much more fun. SCP-7726. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-7726 is to be kept in a standard anomalous object lockbox in Site-55. Fire Suppression Department personnel are permitted unrestricted access to the object. Description. SCP-7726 is a standard Beretta 92 semi-automatic pistol. When fired at a human subject, SCP-7726's mechanism will jam and fail to fire regardless of the status of the object. SCP-7726 will fire as normal when aimed at any other target. Additionally, SCP-7726 will not fire if doing so would result in damaging a human subject. I can't live with this guilt any longer. Lucky Hair Protocol. Overview. Lucky Hair Protocol's stated purpose is the prevention of unnecessary loss in suicidal personnel. This is achieved by informing the target personnel of their overwhelmingly good fortune. The process involves showing the target personnel affection and positive affirmations while ensuring to downplay their negative emotions as fruitless. This results in the target personnel feeling more pleased with life in 60% of cases. 38% of further cases require a combination of more intense therapeutic efforts as well as medication. The Fire Suppression Department utilizes a unique drug to further rehabilitate personnel who fall into this bracket of Lucky Hair Protocol. The final 2% of personnel who fall into Lucky Hair Protocol require more direct measures. They will often require overwhelming evidence of their good fortune, and as such, the use of anomalies has been approved to improve morale. Anomalies approved for use in Lucky Hair Protocol's 2% procedures are typically unassuming in appearance and can be mistaken for non-anomalous objects, which lends the project credibility. Read more. I can't read more.
I can.
You got anything in the page source for that?
Oh, no. I was just saying that I can continue to read, I have no problem with that.
Okay. Say, do we have
It's a short one.
Let's see. Something under that?
I'm looking.
No?
I'm looking. Let me see. Read more. It doesn't. No, it does nothing. It's empty.
Okay. So no read more. So let's just continue, I guess. So long and thanks for all the fish, I guess. Sign, J. Everwood. Fire Suppression Department Case ID 7000 XP. Update. Everwood was found in their office by a passing guard at approximately 0000 hours on July 26, 2022, after hearing shots coming from the direction. SCP-7726 was recovered by disguised guard personnel. Everwood was unharmed and is currently undergoing extensive psychotherapy treatment with Dr. Von Thunen. They are expected to enter the 38th percentage of cases within the next 3 weeks. This case is considered resolved. End log. Okay, so yeah, that was a quickie.
It was a quick one.
And first case I've seen on the site of gaslighting for positive effects.
It's toxic positivity. It was in the content warning.
Yeah. Oh boy, oh boy.
Huh. I like it. I mean, it's short, effective.
Yeah.
It definitely takes it in a different direction than I originally thought.
Definitely. Yeah, and it doesn't say it's welcome. It states its case very plain. That is definitely short work done right.
Correct. Yes. Uncle Nicolini, everyone. Good job.
All right. So we got a good quickie there. Let's move on to the next one. SCP-7001 by Plague PJP.
Oh, this one's long. I remember this one.
Oh boy.
Site 19. All right.
All right, let's shape this for the stream. Make it smaller.
All right. Do you want to do, looks like there's an Erickson and McInnes. Yeah, so just the two.
Yeah, I'll take Erickson.
Sure. Begin log. Yellow.
Is this Director Moose?
Yep, speaking.
This is Alexander Erickson of Exclusionary Site 21. I'm hoping you received my message yesterday. I never got a response. I understand this is somewhat inconvenient, Director Moose. It's a quick checkup on your site to make sure everything is where it should be.
Well, what happened exactly? My answering machine clears itself out every 12 hours. Having all those messages piling up gives me anxiety.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't do that, Director Moose, but that's a conversation for another time, I guess. What happened was there was a minor reality-altering event. Nothing to be worried about.
How very worried I am.
Reality-altering events can be dangerous.
Very dangerous, those, quote, reality-altering events. Would never want to be caught in one of those. No siree.
Can you just let me do what I need to do and we can go on our way? Quick checkup and we're good.
Line is silent.
Great. By our last estimate, Site 19 is housing 432 different anomalous entities or objects, correct?
Yep. Counted them myself this morning. Papers shuffling.
I got the... here. I got the signatures from everyone stationed at Site 19 last night. Everyone is accounted for, so that is good.
Cool. That all?
Well, Director Moose, no. And this is why this call was rather important. We noticed a number of discrepancies in your anomaly checklist.
Oh, that's odd.
You seem to be listing incorrect anomalies and missing ones that should definitely be on there.
Here's the thing, Alex. Those went through like 5 different levels of command, including myself. If something was missing, we'd know.
Not saying I don't believe you, but these are pretty obvious ones to be missing. SCP-173 isn't on here of all of these. I think you remember at least that one, given it's the anomaly that your site built the Euclid wing for.
We don't have a 173. I'm pretty sure that's another site. Maybe you have something wrong over there. I'm not a fan of incompetence, Alex.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
No response.
You know the statue you have to keep watching or else it moves? Is everything all right over there?
We don't have a SCP-173. We don't have a statue. I sent the right list, damn it.
No, you didn't. You're missing that one and at least 20 other anomalies that Site-19 takes care of. Like, come on, the 173 file clearly states moved to Site-19 in 1993. Nothing on this paper says it was moved to another site. Nothing here has been updated since 1994. So either you lost an anomaly, it doesn't exist anymore, or you're being purposefully difficult.
I told you. I counted this morning, and there's no godforsaken statue here. There's only 50 anomalies over here, goddammit. I think I would have seen it if we had it.
Wait.
What?
Did you say you only have 50 anomalies?
Line is silent for 5 seconds.
Hello?
Line is silent for 13 seconds.
Can you hear me?
Huh? What is going on?
Hello, Director.
How long have we been on this call?
Excuse me? Is this Alan McInnes? What are you doing at Site-19?
Yes, I'm here. I'm back. End log. Item number 7001. Level 5, top secret. Containment class, Keter. Disruption class, Amida. Risk class, warning. Photo caption, SCP-7001, affected site. Special containment procedures. Due to the recent discovery of SCP-7001, methods of containment are still under development. However, through the combined efforts of RISA, Foundation Exclusionary Sites, and the Overseer Council, SCP-7001 can be reliably tracked via the use of mnestics. Efforts headed by the Overseer Council are currently concentrated on uncovering the origin of SCP-7001. Description: SCP-7001 is SCP Foundation Site-19, the most extensive secure facility constructed as of writing. Accommodations for over 400 anomalies, offices for a maximum of 2,000 employees, 13 on-site mobile task force teams, and offices for the Overseer Council members are present within SCP-7001. SCP-7001 is not a solitary physical location. Instead, SCP-7001 can manifest at many buildings, portions of land, and in anomalous areas officially designated as SCP Foundation sites, provisional sites, or areas. SCP-7001 alters these locations into Site-19 through architectural augmentation, the manifestation of SCP-7001-1, mimetic influence, and alteration of documentation. SCP-7001 modifies the internal topology of its target, leaving the external architecture untouched while converting internals into the Site-19 floor plan, regardless of the affected area's given size. SCP-7001's mimetic effect is extremely potent. Once a site is affected by SCP-7001, all ranks of the Foundation will believe that the affected site is Site-19, with the original site designation being wiped from memory until SCP-7001 detaches and connects to another site. Between 1990 and 2004, Site-17 was affected by SCP-7001. All documentation created during and prior to this period was affected by the anomaly, thus allowing further spread. SCP-7001-1 are SCP Foundation personnel manifesting as SCP-7001. Manifesting within SCP-7001. SCP-7001-1 instances vary in appearance and behavior within each manifestation. Records of over 50,000 uncorroborated documents from Site-19 employees were uncovered following numerous audits on personnel files. Among SCP-7001-1, there are 4 specific instances that will manifest at each affected site. These entities are bombastic, unprofessional, and/or consistently break the protocols of the Foundation. There is SCP-7001-1A, Dr. Jack Bright, a senior Foundation employee with a long lineage of family members that either contained or employed by the SCP Foundation. SCP-7001-1A was affected by the anomaly SCP-693, which makes its physical appearance unique between manifestations. SCP-7001-1A can be identified by its necklace and unprofessional attitude, no matter the current circumstances. SCP-7001-1B, Dr. Alto Clef, a senior Foundation researcher affected by an anomaly that prevents its face from being seen through photography or video footage. SCP-7001-1B is also a low-level thaumaturge, but has not utilized its abilities for any offensive or defensive means. SCP-7001-1B can be identified by its 3 multicolored eyes, lack of business casual or lab-safe clothing, and short stature. SCP-7001-1C, Director Tilda D. Moose. Director Tilda D. Moose is not a physical entity. It is instead an aspect of SCP-7001 that convinces the current director of the SCP-7001 affected site that they are instead Tilda D. Moose, a senior Foundation employee. SCP-7001-1C is an expert in thaumaturgy and thaumatological entities and a former member of the group of interest, quote, the Serpent's Hand. References to SCP-7001-1C are not solely concentrated on the manifestation of SCP-7001. Documentation refers to SCP-7001-1C as co-director of Site-17. This has not been corroborated. SCP-7001-1D, Dr. Kane Pathos Crow, a senior Foundation scientist whose consciousness, through an unknown means, was transplanted into an adult golden retriever. SCP-7001-1D is stated to have a genius-level intellect and a calm demeanor. SCP-7001-1D lives in Site-19 and rarely makes an appearance throughout the site. Containment Failure Report. On February 7th, 2004, 2 anomalously affected locations under the jurisdiction of the Foundation underwent simultaneous catastrophic geological events, causing all Foundation-made structures to be totally destroyed. No cause has been discovered, and recontainment attempts are ongoing. I need some water. Addendum 7001.1. SCP-7001 Manifestation Timeline. For ease of documentation, the affected site will be referred to as Site X. Phase 1. SCP-7001 causes all personnel stationed in Site X to believe they are stationed in Site-19. Furthermore, they will believe they have always been stationed in Site-19. Site X will be referred to as Site-19, and its original site designation will be quickly forgotten. The current site director of Site X will believe they are Director Tilda D. Moose. The previous mannerisms, speaking patterns, and behaviors will change to reflect this. Phase 3. Documentation referring to Site X will be replaced with Site-19. Concurrently, documentation referring to the previous SCP-7001 affected site will be reverted back to the original numerical designation. Phase 4. Architectural alterations will begin. Containment wings for Site-19's anomalies, housing, and office spaces will manifest. Phase 5. Site-19's anomalies and on-site mobile task forces will manifest in their appropriate locations. Architectural changes will complete at this time, fully altering the floor plan of Site X into Site-19. And Phase 6. Site-19 specific personnel will manifest, including SCP-7001-1A through 7001-1D. Full SCP-7001 manifestation is thus complete. SCP-7001 infection takes 84 to 96 hours to fully complete. Once complete, manifestation can persist undetected for up to 20 years. Addendum 7001.2. Discovery. On February 17, 2004, SCP-7001 was discovered following an audit of exclusionary Site-21 by Director Alex Erickson of Site-43. Footnote. Exclusionary sites are sites responsible for being immune to reality-altering events, thus allowing for the Foundation to keep an accurate timeline on anomalies. Despite this, SCP-7001 was able to evade detection by exclusionary site personnel until February 17th. Between February 16th and February 17th, Site-43 was affected by SCP-7001. As manifestation was in Phase 4, this allowed for the discovery of SCP-7001. Upon detection, SCP-7001 detached from Site-43, only to remanifest soon after at Site-120, which began the conversion process. The Overseer Council immediately began a monastic regimen and conducted the following meeting on February 17, 2004. Meeting of the Overseer Council. Odds and evens,
Sounds good.
All right. Beginning log. Take odds. That's fine. All right, we're good to start. Sorry for the late notice in this meeting, but I think we can all agree we have a pressing issue at hand. Murmurs of agreement. On February 16th, 2004, one of the new exclusionary sites uncovered that Site 19 doesn't actually exist as a location. Now, considering we were all in Nebraska throughout the construction process, Nebraska? One, Site 19 was built in Nevada. Wait, no, it wasn't. It was Illinois. Oh, for the love of... Someone remind me to add this to the file, please. I'm enacting my mandate. Containment of this anomaly is a main priority until we sort it out.
Sort what out exactly? No one has a straight testimony.
History. Something to lay the groundwork so that we can 100% say is a true fact and go from there. Before construction, before containment, and when it was just an idea. 9. Can you get Jones on this for us? She was made aware yesterday. Risa and a few sorting algorithms are beginning a dump and compilation of all 19 related files today. ETA is 3 days at most. Good. Perhaps the most pressing matter at hand is that 4 of our most trusted personnel are fake. How does this slip through every single layer of command? Maria will probably tell us more. As far as we know, there's never been a Foundation-wide issue caused by 19 staff negligence. Maybe they covered it up. I don't know. But if they didn't cover anything up, that doesn't make any sense to me. We have an anomaly creating a fake site that we've all been to before, with fake personnel we've all met numerous times, and fake anomalies we've researched. It's clearly trying to it's trying its damnedest to hide in plain sight and justify itself. But at the same time, it's good-natured.
Normally, I'm not the first to agree with one, but this doesn't add up. I concur here. Our goal should be figuring out a when and how, but also its endgame.
Hell, the Dead Man switch is in Site 19, footnote. Part of the Foundation's ennui protocol allowing for the instant removal of a concept from humanity's consciousness. Meaning at any point, one of them can go and rogue and erase this from memory.
Has anyone been in contact with the administrator? I tried a few times today and nothing. I attempted after the exclusionary site sent us their findings. Radio silence, of course. I didn't expect much else.
Why do we need him?
Admin was the one who ordered the construction of 19, correct?
Risa will clarify, surely. If memory serves me correctly, 10's assessment is accurate. Do we have a plan of action? 4, you're normally on top of this stuff.
Yeah, so I have a few strategies we can attempt. Like, here's the thing. This is a weird one. It's not out of my wheelhouse, but in case you guys forgot, I was deliberately told to leave 19 alone. No task force drills, no firewall or backdoor testing, nada. I'm going in kind of blind other than what I already know about our facilities.
Hold on. Who said you couldn't do anything in 19?
You all did?
Did anyone order 4 to stay away from 19? Silence.
Okay, I got a letter when construction first started saying something like, conduct all operations elsewhere. Any action against Site 19 that would compromise its integrity, deliberate or otherwise, is strictly prohibited.
9, contact Jones and tell her to prioritize finding whatever 4 is talking about. Aye. What are we looking at for this plan of action, 4?
Off the top of my head, I'm going to go with a standard infiltration, detain, attack operation. I'll use my mandate as well as this, if this goes through. I want Red Right Hand to handle this since they'll keep quiet with sensitive info. With the mandate, I think we should keep up with this nestic regimen. I'm at least putting the agents on something like 2 doses a day.
Reasonable enough.
There are 4 humanoids we gotta look out for, but if we can get at least one of them, we should be good. Knowing Bright and Clef, they'll probably be the easiest. Moose might be a bit harder without some firepower. I don't even know about Pathos Crow. Either way, get in, get information the old Foundation way, then attack once a vector is made known to us, get it under our control. I feel like having a dog working for us should have been a red flag.
Hindsight is 20/20.
I mean, it's not like he's a stupid dog.
Let's just put 4's proposal to a vote. Council vote summary. Unanimous yeas. Status approved. Meeting adjourned. We'll convene again once we have more information from Risa. End log. Containment failure report. On February 21st, 2004, the Euclid-class anomaly wing of Site-17 experienced an unprecedented containment breach, leading to the accidental release of over 40 anomalous entities and objects. Of these, 34 have since been recovered. The specific cause of this containment breach is unknown, as the Site-17 security system has passed official Foundation guidelines the day prior to this occurrence. Addendum 7001.3 Mission Report. SCP-7001 was discovered to have infected Site-120 following its detachment from Site-43. Under Overseer Command, Mobile Task Force Alpha-1, quote, Red Right Hand, was ordered to conduct a covert mission into Site-120, posing as Level 4 Foundation personnel to infiltrate the site, detain one of the anomalous humanoids present, and ascertain any information which could lead to the containment of SCP-7001. Mission Summary. Upon entry, Alpha-1 agents Pluto, Mars, Phoebus, and Saturn, and Mercury were met with an incomprehensibly large, empty corridor not present in the known Site-19 floor plan. The room was bare except for hundreds of SCP-7001-1 instances. Attempts to converse with these entities failed outright, as agents were either ignored or offered expressions of confusion. The true size of this, quote, lobby was revealed to be approximately 3 kilometers in length as the team proceeded. Other oddities were discovered, including the floor and ceiling incrementally angling towards each other, requiring agents to crawl through the last third of the room. For the latter half of the expedition, the internal PA system played the final 3 minutes of Hey Jude by the Beatles, consisting solely of Paul McCartney and an ensemble repeating the same phrase. Variably, the song would alternate to a loop of the first 8 seconds of Eye of the Tiger by Survivor. Once the end of the room was reached, a door, far too small for human entry, was located. In front of the door was a glass vial of blue viscous liquid with the word shrink attached to its surface. Upon attempting to turn back and find another penetration vector, the agents were met with a wall in their way. Spray painted onto it was the phrase, "Nuh-uh-uh." Once consumed, the blue liquid caused all agents to shrink to a size at which they could comfortably enter the door, allowing access to the site, to the 7001 affected Site-120. Upon entry, the agents rapidly reverted to their original size. After scoping out the area, agents quickly identified SCP-7001-1B due to its disguise of thick-rimmed glasses connected to a false nose and mustache. Footnote: Dr. Alto Clef. No effort was made to obscure its third eye. Agents Mercury and Pluto pursued SCP-7001-1B through a safe class containment hallway before a mass of SCP-7001-1 instances began filing out of the previously empty containment chambers, preventing SCP-7001-1B from continuing, allowing for its capture. Mercury and Pluto brought SCP-7001-1B to an interrogation room to conduct an interview. Meanwhile, Mars, Phoebus, and Saturn conducted reconnaissance of the site. Mars, Phoebus, and Saturn noted a number of abnormalities not present in other manifestations of SCP-7001. These included 13 SCP-7001-1 instances appearing to be frozen in place, 3 teams of armed researchers running through the site asking random individuals whether they needed to be contained or not. Agents who were asked this question attempted to confront these instances only to receive the response that, quote, being contained would ensure stability in all cases. SCP-7001-1 instances that agreed to be contained were led into empty containment chambers or unoccupied office spaces and locked inside. Multiple walls, which could be walked through. SCP-7001-1 personnel who passed these walls did not appear confused. A containment chamber which, once entered, would exit out to a different location in the site, and multiple stairways terminating at flat walls. Transcript. Let's see. I'll take Mercury. I guess there's just Mercury and Pluto, and okay. So I'll take Mercury and Clef.
You said you take Mercury and Clef. Is that what you said?
Yes. Yes.
All right, then I shall be Pluto. Have fun.
All right. Outside of the interrogation room, SCP-7001-1 instance appears to be frozen in place. What's up with this guy?
Let's just get on with this.
Weird.
How's it going? You're Alto, right?
No, no. Who is this Alto you speak of? I've never heard of this person in my life. SCP-7000-1 1-1B has refused to remove its disguise up until this point.
Huh. You look mighty similar to him. Weird. Why don't you tell me your name then?
Well, good sir, I'm T-Rebel. T-Rebel. I am T-Rebel.
T-Rebel. Interesting. Sounds German. What's the T stand for, T-Rebel?
It stands for T, like the letter, the one before U and after S. I've had enough of this place. This is a goddamn joke. Mercury roughly removes the glasses from SCP-7001-1B's face. SCP-7001-1B. What the fuck? That scraped my nose, douche. You're going to tell us what the deal is with this place. Ooh, good cop and bad cop routine. How fun. This is Site 19. We contain things.
Yeah, so do we. We were actually told to contain you.
Wouldn't be the first time someone's tried. Listen, Alto, I don't like having my time wasted. Having my time wasted makes me upset.
It's heartbreaking.
You know, if you wanted to do this right, the best way would have been sending me in hard ass over here, have him apply some pressure, then the nice one comes in and gives me a bit of a break. Make me like the nice one, you know? The hard ass leaves, so I'd be open to talk to the nice one. You guys aren't great at this, but I appreciate the effort. I don't know what you think makes you an expert, but I'm not going to take advice from a guy who thought a pair of disguised glasses was enough to hide, and he didn't even think to cover up the most identifying thing about him. You know what? I'll concede. That's a good point. Great point, even. I'll have to remember that for next time. There's not going to be a next time if you don't start explaining what you and this place even are. Just help us out and you'll be on your way. Helping you out would only compromise everything here, jackass. You're at the tip of the iceberg. Tip of what iceberg? The Foundation took a while to get itself right. And now you want to waltz in here all Johnny Big Bollocks instead of crashing down? Look at this place. SCP-7001-1B walks to the window and pushes its hand through without any resistance. He then slaps the SCP-7001-1 instant outside the room, who does not react. We're already a goddamn mess because of this dog and pony show. Fuck that, and fuck you.
The hell are you even talking about?
Achoo. SCP-7001-1B quickly stands and launches a small pellet at the floor. Upon impact, thick smoke fills the room. A door is heard opening. SCP-7001-1B sprints away from the interrogation room.
Smoke bomb!
Yep, very good. Pluto quickly pursued SCP-7001-1B through the site, while Mercury remained in the interrogation room to ensure all recordings were intact. Upon attempting to exit, Mercury found all doors and windows had been anomalously removed, leaving him trapped in a blank room. Mercury transmitted a distress signal to all operatives, and his exact location was identified. However, the initial interrogation room was found to be empty upon arrival. Agents were subsequently ordered to exit the site. While walking through the main lobby of SCP-7001, agents noticed a crack at the center of the floor, forming a small, branching spiral pattern. Through the cracks, a black reflective substance could be seen. Interesting. Containment failure report. On February 24, 2004, SCP-5001 underwent large-scale power outage, causing portions of the anomaly to falter before total cessation of operation. The internal Hume level of SCP-5001-A began to spike rapidly, and non-essential personnel were evacuated. Power was quickly restored, and SCP-5001-A's internal Hume level returned to base levels. Concurrently, Foundation researchers monitoring SCP-169 noted a severe uptick in activity from the anomaly, leading to a major shift of the Southwest South American continental shelf and multiple cataclysmic geological events. A disinformation campaign is ongoing. However, normal veil maintenance procedures have proven unreliable. Worldwide dispersion of aerosolized amnestics is under consideration. Addendum 7001.4 Overseer Council Meeting. Failures throughout the Foundation's containment infrastructure continue to increase rapidly. Sites frequently reported failures of electromagnetic locking mechanisms, leading to the readoption of turnpiece locks. The capture of Agent Mercury, in conjunction with the unprecedented increase in containment failures across the Foundation, prompted 051 to order an emergency meeting of the Overseer Council, which commenced on February 25th, 2004. Same metric? Yeah, same deal. I'll do odds, you do evens. Begin log. I'll start. Jones isn't even halfway done with the compilation. She apologizes, but a majority of 19's files are encrypted and require much older technology, even with older firmware to even begin cracking away at everything. We did get one thing of note, though. Cryptologists managed to decode the site's construction information found within 19's files. This is what Jones sent me. The folder listed under construction is either incomplete or deliberately missing information. There are 3 files, all scanned text documents with the oldest dating back to 1925, all written by the administrator. We have one that is the first Foundation charter, specifically the section on containment. Of note, there are numerous parts of the document dealing with, quote, physical pillars, which do not appear in other copies of the charter I have on hand. This term has not been explained in what we've decrypted so far. The second file contains some sort of research document on random chance correlating to containment success with highly varying success rates. The first mention of a potential Site-19 in any file, and another mention of creating a, quote, physical pillar with no further explanation. The third is another research document from 1946. It describes the construction of Site-19 and contains another research document on a random chance versus containment success, with a much more stable rate, which showed that as chance lowered, success increased. The words security, containment, and protection were scribbled on the bottom, with the word containment crossed out. I don't know what to make of this. If any other further information comes to light, I'll send it your way. Any ideas?
Perhaps whatever admin attempted to do with 19 or these so-called physical pillars failed, and 19 was adversely affected, causing its personnel and its anomalies to become some sort of mimetic anomaly attached to the idea of the Foundation?
We need to get in contact with the administrator immediately. There's clearly some sort of cover-up going on. Has anyone had success contacting him? I'm batting 0 on all my attempts.
I put in a few calls to his office before we convened here. Nothing.
Regardless, containment of SCP-7001 should be paramount at this point. It's clearly growing unstable, and it's evidently trying to justify itself by force.
The giant room at the entrance, the hurdles to even get in, the capture of Mercury, the architectural issues, and the -1s acting abnormally. It's as if it knows we're onto it. Oh, speaking of Mercury, I was just talking to the other agents that went in. They were telling me that Merc's transceiver is still on. It should have died 6 hours ago. But, just listen.
Contained. 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 Contained.
What did that say?
Untamed? Or like untamed? I thought it's like a made up word that's like not contained. Untamed. I don't know. Interesting. All right.
054 removes the transceiver from his breast pocket and connects it. Oh, this is yours, but I'll just say it anyways. Right. It's going to me. Yeah. There is static for a moment before a male voice repeats the word contained, followed by cheering and clapping from a large crowd. Yay, now we know what it is.
Yeah, okay.
That has been on repeat for like 8 hours. We haven't been able to talk to Merc at all. If I had to take a wild guess, considering all the other craziness that the team experienced, 7001 got confused, considered Red Right Hand an anomaly, and attempted to contain all of them. Grain of salt. But I would bar all entry of regular staff into 19 as a precaution. I, for one, don't want any more people ending up trapped in that whack-ass place. I'm charting a recovery mission for Mercury at the end of the day today, too.
We could put that to a vote at the end, but considering we're grasping at straws, I'm inclined to believe it. I don't see another choice here. Agreed. On the subject of containment, what is the total number of containment failures we've experienced this past week? 7, you normally deal with this area. I can discuss the goings-on for our sites, yes. The majority of this is unprecedented, as the 17's Euclid wing had a significant breach of approximately every anomaly stored there. The prevailing issue among all the sites is that the esoteric procedures we've coordinated have begun to falter. The ritual to contain SCP-2845 has not been as successful as in the past. Site 322 and Area 179's integration program has been temporarily suspended as no breakthroughs have been noted for over the past 3 weeks. SCP-3000 has shown a significant escalation than we previously recorded. SCP-5243 has occurred 5 times in the past 30 days. That's 4 of perhaps 20 ongoing issues. So what? We're having a containment problem. That appears to be so. God damn it.
Any luck retaining control of the dead man switch?
Maria's cryptologists have been working on getting us a remote connection. Nothing has worked so far. The terminal hasn't been turned on since the 70s as far as she knows.
Excuse me. The amount of guesswork going on here is a touch unreliable, no? I know we're all often suspicious of the administrator, rightfully so. But there has to be some sort of explanation for this that doesn't revolve around some top-level conspiracy with almost no footing.
7. When did the first containment failure happen? As if I remember, it was 2 anomalous locations. February 17th. Correlation doesn't equal causation, but February 17th was also the date to the exclusionary site called McKinnis. I think a bit of leeway in this subject is required until we get a clearer picture. You coming in and trying to cast doubt on a difficult situation is helping nobody. Even ignoring the dates, I think we can confidently say that the discovery of SCP-7001 is leading to the difficulties we're experiencing in day-to-day operations. With direct containment of SCP-7001, we can get this situation under control and restore order. And if that doesn't work, we may be able to neutralize the anomaly and prevent these issues from arising again. Okay. Let's take a step back. We all are on the same page. We all want it to contain this, right? Yes. 1, we want to contain this, but what I'm seeing is that our efforts are exacerbating these containment failures. I'm not sure why this is happening, but perhaps actually taking a step back to refocus ourselves would be of help here. No, listen, I don't think we're on different sides here, but we're on bought time. I really don't know what will happen when we lose the opportunity to establish control. This could be way worse than it already is. I agree.
I'm sorry I brought it up in the first place. I did not know this theory meant so much to you. We're all just going to go with the wind now, right?
We're being played like fools, 12.
Oh, come on. Are we really doing this?
All I want to do is restore order. That's our job. And now, we're looking at a broken masquerade if what 7 is talking about continues. And from what I'm seeing, more breakdowns are coming at us at an alarmingly exponential rate.
Yes, I agree. But wouldn't taking a step back to give ourselves more optics make more sense?
Look, okay. I'm just getting frustrated, and I hate to work off of guessworks too. I really do. But I see us at a crossroads here. The administrator won't pick up his goddamn phone and explain what's going on. And since the discovery of 7001, we haven't had a stable containment rate above 65%. We could take a step back, risk more containment breakdowns, possibly to the point that we can't fix it, or we can get into the site, get it under our jurisdiction, and work from there once everything is back to where it should be. At this point, maybe I'm a bit more open to all of this because I just want to take care of this whole situation. I'm seeing clear the cause and effect, and I know all of you are too. All of you are too, yeah. So can we work together here as a unit, as the Overseer Council, and contain this anomaly? Please? 051 pauses. We're voting on a recovery mission for Mercury and the direct containment of SCP-7001 after the remaining red right hands take control. All in favor? Council vote summary. Unanimous yeas. Status approved. Motion passes. We'll reconvene once containment is ensured. End log. Containment failure report. Oh boy. On February 25th, 2004, the Foundation power grid, which supplies electricity to the majority of Foundation's East Coast facilities, underwent an as-of-yet irreparable outage. This caused over 50 sites and areas to undergo various levels of containment failure. Affected sites are subsisting on their on-site backup power as engineers assess the power grid issue. Addendum 7001.5. Site 120 mission report. The final manned mission into SCP-7001 was to be conducted 2 days after the Overseer Council meeting. 054 charted a similar strategy to the first exploration. However, a much larger squadron was drafted from the Alpha-1 pool of agents, consisting of 35 members. Agents were permitted to detain any and all SCP-7001-1 instances and prioritize and utilize portable reality anchoring devices. Two defensively trained thaumaturge members of Alpha 1 were permitted to subdue SCP-7001-1C by any non-lethal means. Agents were deployed to SCP-7001 affected Site-120 on February 27th, fitted with standard weaponry and body armor, as well as infrared and night vision goggles. Hopefully we don't need to do 35 voices. Let's see.
Oh, boy.
Okay, no, it's very short. Okay. You can be Cornwell. Yeah, you can be Cornwell. I'll be the dog.
Pluto's
no, I'll be
who I
Pluto.
was in the last scene.
Yeah, no,
so.
that's fine. You can be Pluto. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, go ahead. Agents are readied at the north, south, and east gates of SCP-7001. The lead agents of each squadron, A1-Pluto, A10-Venus, and A100-Uranus, ready halothane canisters. Each door has been lined with C4.
On my ready. 3, 2, 1.
The explosives are remotely triggered. 3 simultaneous explosions strike on the feed. The doors are demolished as thick smoke begins to fill the area, leaving a clear entryway for all agents.
Go, 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 go!
Agents file into the respective corridors. As the smoke clears, Site-120 staff are seen cowering for cover. Agents scan the floor plan. No alterations from Site-120's architecture were noted. Site-120's security teams quickly swarm the breached areas. So the security team lead, Jeremy Cornwell, identifies himself.
Alpha 1, hold your fire. The hell is going on?
Identify yourself, or we will shoot.
Whoa, cowboy, calm it down. Pluto, member of Mobile Task Force Alpha 1.
The hell are you doing treating one of our facilities like a war zone?
Is this Site-19?
What are you talking about? Site-19's in Philadelphia. There's a moment of silence.
Fuck.
End log. Majority of the Alpha 1 infiltration team exited Site-120 and returned to Site-01. Agent Pluto was questioned by Agent Cornwell for 78 minutes and required a verified reference letter from 054 before Site-120 staff were convinced to let him return to base. Pluto was led to a containment chamber by Director Daniel Ashworth, wherein a partially nude Agent Mercury was asleep on a cot. Ashworth explained that Mercury had been unconscious for the previous 72 hours. The word contained was stamped onto his body numerous times. Cartoon phalluses in the initials, quote, JB and, quote, AC were also found scribbled onto the Mercury's body. Of course, also clef Jack Bright. Mercury was airlifted to a Foundation hospital as Pluto returned to Site-01. SCP-7001 infection was confirmed at Site-322 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. With agents deployed to Poland, another full-scale invasion of SCP-7001 was put on hold as the Overseer Council met to discuss this information. A cocktail of sedatives was found in Agent Mercury's bloodstream, leaving him unconscious for a subsequent 36 hours. When he awoke, he was unable to remember any information past the disappearance of all exits in the interrogation chamber. Addendum 7001.6, Overseer Council Meeting. The following is a transcript of an Overseer Council meeting taking place on February 27, 2004. The purpose of this meeting was to discuss reversion of Site-120 and the infection of Site-322, along with further reports of containment failures across the Foundation's infrastructure. Meeting of the Overseer Council. Begin log. Are we ready? Good. I got one last file from Maria that the team was able to decode from the construction folder again. We were unable to pull the backside of the third document I sent. From what I can tell, it doesn't add any context to what we've already got. It's a bulleted list of the administrator's handwriting. It lists the administrator, the Overseer Council, and Site-19 next to the administrator, the Overseer Council, is the phrase, quote, limited immortality, stable. Next to, quote, Site-19 is the phrase mimetic nature, no longer physical, otherwise stable. Once again, I don't know what to make of any of this.
Okay, I am putting my foot down. We are running headfirst into a brick wall over and over again with these missions. It is time to take a step back and actually look at the situation and come up with a proper, well-thought-out solution. Excuse me, 12. I didn't pull these out of my ass. We're all at blame. You all agreed on what I wrote up and voted on it. I am not talking about you 4. I am talking about 1.
Oh, this is bullshit.
How? How? Please tell me. I remember the rant the other day. Order is all we have. Maybe your memory is not as sharp as it used to be, but do you want to know how we got this order? by building it up block by block. By building it up block by block, not running in somewhere guns blazing and hoping for the best.
We have all the information we're going to get. Maria can't get through any of the other files, and I'm tired of playing this wishy-washy game of touch and go. Our entire containment infrastructure is hanging on by a thread, a fucking hair, because this anomaly, listen again, anomaly is uncontained and out of control. What more is there to do? We need to go to Philadelphia, take control of the damn compound, and contain this anomaly.
We just tried that. Twice. This thing is clearly smarter than we're giving it credit for.
It's trapped in 322 for at least another 2 days until the transformation to SCP-7001 is finished. We can go in while it's relatively unaffected and camp out while we have a clear sign of what we're dealing with, and that won't work. Site-43 wasn't fully altered when it was discovered, and that didn't stop it from moving to 120.
Yeah, about that. 1. Another mission is not gonna happen.
Why the hell not?
I have like 85% of Red Right Hand stuck in Europe. They're gonna be on a plane for over 10 hours, and we'll need some R&R. We're probably looking at like 2 days of downtime at the least before I can get them together again. And don't even get me started on the wasted supplies and the new infiltration plan and the...
So, use another task force.
No fucking way! I already used my mandate because I wanted them for secrecy. No way, not happening.
We can't get in contact with the administrator. We can't even get into the site, and now we want to take a step back. We need to get containment in order. We need to get the switch in order. And most importantly, we need to get ourselves in order. What is so difficult to understand?
Sit down. You're acting like a child, an impatient child, and it has gone on for long enough. I am proposing we overrule one's mandate in favor of research to establish the best vector for immediate containment. Who's in favor?
Majority of the council agrees with 0512. This is outrageous. We're so close, I know it. Now we're throwing away all the progress we've made. We can't let this happen.
Your feelings have not helped up to this point. 4. Once 322 is fully converted into 7001, I believe an unmanned drone operation would be the best to begin. We can move on from there once we have enough information. Are we all in favor?
Council vote summary. 051 is nay. 052 abstains. 053 abstains. 054 is a yay. 055 abstains. 056 abstains. 057 is a yay. 058 abstains. 059 through 12 are yays, and 0513 abstains. Status approved.
Majority is for the motion. It passes.
End log. Bet 051's compromise. We'll see. Addendum 7001.7 Drone Surveillance. 3 unmanned intelligence explorer drones, UIEs, designated H-UIE, D-UIE, and L-UIE were retrofitted with Scrooge.aic, a pattern recognition program. H.UIE was tasked with surveilling areas with high personnel concentration, while D-UIE was surveilled the containment rings, and L-UIE surveyed the walking traffic corridors throughout SCP-7001. All UIEs were also tasked with the key priority to locate the dead man switch, and the image caption says the UIE drones. Mission summary. H-UIE findings. The 4th floor personnel corridor was overrun. It's Dewey, Huey, and Louie. I got it. I got it. Okay. The 4th floor personnel corridor was overrun with over 250 SCP-7001 instances. All instances were wearing an identical necklace to the one seen on SCP-7001-1A. A heavily distorted version of the audio file discovered in Addendum 7001.4 played on the PA system throughout the entirety of Huey's exploration. Multiple humanoid entities were discovered. These humanoids appeared to be 2 or 3 SCP-7001-1 instances fused together at various points on the body, most commonly the waist or arms. Unaffected SCP-7001-1 instances did not seem to notice this oddity. SCP-7001-1B was located in a panic room via Huey's infrared scanner. SCP-7001-1B appeared to be lying motionless in the fetal position. On the opposite end of the room was a canine believed to be SCP-7001-1D, also lying on the floor. Faint, distressed whining noises were heard. It is unclear which party was responsible for the apparent melee. Altercations between SCP-7001-1 instances occurred, wherein instances would form teams ranging from 4 to 7 members, incapacitate another instance, then attempt to lock them in a room. This occurred approximately once every 10 to 20 minutes. It seemed that SCP-7001-1 instances were expecting an unknown outcome once the target instance was contained. All bathrooms were left in a state of total disrepair, with all toilets, sinks, and urinals missing. The plumbing these features were previously attached to continuously spewed water. The office of Director Paul Legue appeared to be converted into a lush forest. Trees had been artificially widened and carved in a manner similar to bookshelves. Upon entering the office, SCP-7001-Legue was hiding among the foliage, spotted Huey. Huey readied tranquilizer pellets as SCP-7001-Legue began carving a defensive rune in the soil. The burst of energy from his spell caused Huey to lose stability in the air and crash into the ground. Dewey findings. Dewey entered the Euclid/Container Containment Wing, Euclid/Keter Containment Wing, the largest of SCP-7001's anomaly storage units. All cell doors had been unlocked and multiple anomalies were roaming throughout the halls. Of note, none appeared to be hostile. Dewey attempted to connect to SCP-7001's security terminals, only to find that the system shut down 12 hours prior to this exploration. Subsequent attempts to connect found that this system had never existed. SCP-173 was found in its cell, with SCP-131 keeping direct eye contact with it. Fecal matter and blood had piled up to a height of approximately 30 centimeters. Locked in a small containment chamber was SCP-527, who was cowering against the door. Part of the wing was converted into what appeared to be the primary alternate dimension accessed by SCP-093, wherein a large group of Dr. Wondertainment's, quote, little misters were playing a game of The Foundation with SCP-3301. SCP-6999 was blaring on the PA system of a single containment chamber, wherein SCP-6096, SCP-106, and SCP-682 were located, staring at each other. 6999 is it's the song that calms everyone down. Yeah. All closed-circuit televisions were playing episodes of SCP-4228. A large group of dead SCP-7001-1 instances were found in an interview room. At the center, leaning against the table, was an apparently exhausted SCP-049. Approximately 2 hours into this exploration, multiple anomalies attempted to lock themselves in containment chambers, appearing to grow distressed and frustrated when the chamber's locks failed. The end of the Euclid wing was unanimously converted into 8 identical hallways branching a seemingly infinite distance. Dewey proceeded through the third hallway. The walls appeared to be stretched by an unknown force. 2 hours passed. The material of the walls began to warp and widen outwardly, shifting in material to raw cookie dough, then to black volcanic rock, then to diamond, and finally white ash. The hallway continued to widen until the sides could no longer be seen. Dewey continued through approximately 78 minutes until what appeared to be the center of the expanse was located. Placed on the floor was SCP-184, called it. As Dewey attempted to return to the main wing, the hallways were no longer accessible. And Louis findings. Louis entered the first floor lobby, the epicenter of SCP-7001. The tile floor was shattered in a radial pattern around a large black void. As Louis approached, the internals of the sunken space were seen to contain infinite mirrored copies of SCP-7001 folding in on each other in fractal patterns. The void slowly expanded as the walls and ceiling began to bulge towards it. Loose items around the lobby began to fly towards the singularity, circling above before being sucked inwards. Louis attempted to resist this force until a chair leg clipped the rotor, causing it to spin into the void, quickly losing connection. All UIEs were declared missing in action following the conclusion of the mission, as all attempts at remote connection have failed. The large void discovered in Louis' findings is believed to be a singularity centered solely in SCP-7001. The exact expansion rate of this void is currently unknown, though it appears exponential.
I just realized they were Huey, Dewey, and Louie.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a lot of media references in this, I noticed. Fun. Containment failure report. Foundation sites 17, 120, 43, 666, and 54 underwent simultaneous containment breaches of multiple hostile Euclid and Keter class entities. Containment forces were working to subdue and recontain all released anomalies. By Overseer order, on-site nuclear warheads are to be primed for detonation. Addendum 7001.8. Message from 051. On March 1st, 2004, 051 did not report in at Site-01. This was initially believed to be an act of protest as a result of the dissenting vote from the rest of the council. However, 051 subsequently broadcasted the following message to all Foundation terminals. This message could not be interrupted in the given time frame of 1 hour. From the desk of 051. The Foundation is undergoing a mass collapse of our containment infrastructure. In approximately 12 hours, multiple Foundation sites may be forced to detonate their nuclear warheads to prevent the release of innumerable hostile entities. Site 19 does not exist. It is an anomalous meme that has affected all ranks of the Foundation and the Overseer Council designated as SCP-7001. Since its discovery, SCP-7001 has been responsible for the exponential breakdown in containment we've experienced over the last month. The Overseer Council has neglected to authorize the immediate, harsh containment message needed to combat this anomaly, and, as such, the Foundation as a whole is veering towards destruction. I call on all sites to initiate immediate lockdown procedures and have all guards ready to sustain containment by all means necessary. We will not fall. All Foundation terminals were subsequently forced offline until a follow-up note from the Overseer consensus could be drafted. All non-SCP-7001 sites did comply with the recommended lockdown procedures. As an emergency meeting of the Overseer Council was called by 0512. 051 did not attend. His last known location pinged via satellite outside of the SCP-7001 affected Site 322.
All right, we're going. 051's going to Philly.
Yeah. 051 enters SCP-7001, but does not find himself inside Site 19. He is instead met by a small dark room. A man, the administrator, sits behind an amber-colored wooden table, meticulously writing on a notepad. He does not meet the Overseer's confused gaze. So he'd be the administrator. All right. The hell?
Sit.
What did you do?
When you let something like 19 run itself, it tends to get a rambunctious side. You think I let a thaumaturge manage a site of my own will, with those liabilities running around? You saw it firsthand. Always been that way. But they do their jobs well.
You let it be like that. Huh. You can't even control your largest site.
And I let you and your 12 pals be immortal. Certain liberties need to be allowed in my line of work. Putting all that craziness into Site 19 prevents it from seeping into the rest of our ranks.
Where is 19? There is a moment of silence.
I shut it down. 19 no longer exists. This is simply my office.
Why? Why would you do this now and not at the beginning?
Because I want to talk to you. 1. Give you an explanation. So, can we chat?
We are on the brink of collapse. I have 5 sites primed for self-destruction, and you want to chat?
I picked you to be the lead overseer for a reason, 1. A leader needs to hold firm in his beliefs. Once he starts questioning himself, the ship sinks. I promise you all will be fixed once we talk. I chose you for your wits and your strong opinions. Once you get into headspace, it's hard to get out. An admirable quality.
I don't need your empty compliments. Flattery is a cheap trick even for you.
I need you to understand that this is your fault, 1. I tried to let you all tire yourselves out, to let things settle. Let you see it was pointless and forget. But no, I stupidly underestimated you.
This is not my fault. This is your mess, and you need to fix it. I've spent my life cleaning up for you. The one time I actually need something from you, you vanish.
You're acting like I'm unappreciative. Don't get me wrong. I understand your frustration, 1.
No, you do not. You gave me the job of keeping order, and I couldn't because you kept me from the truth. I'm sick of this game, and I'm sick of your empty flattery. Your life's work is to secure, contain, and protect, but you couldn't do those 3 simple things to do it. You couldn't do those 3 simple things to a dirty secret, could you?
You know, it's funny you bring up secure, contain, protect. Those 3 words are like gospel for us. But when the Foundation began, we were failures. Objectively, we were failing. Our turnover rate's deplorable. Nowadays, you know how easy it is to recruit a bright-eyed genius from the Ivy Leagues. But back then, we were a joke. A brutal joke.
We were starting out.
Human memory isn't meant to last for hundreds of years, so maybe you've forgotten. The number of people we burned through was insurmountable. Researchers, D-class, directors, no one lasted. There was a breach every day. Anomalous groups were attacking us left and right. For years, they'd come in and take whatever they wanted.
I remember. I do. I almost got shot by an insurgent during my first year.
Even then, it's different doing paperwork for a site director versus being at the top. For 20 years, I couldn't fulfill those 3 simple words: secure, contain, protect.
I don't understand. That's all I've been trying to do this past month. All I've done is tried and failed.
Then you know the power those words have. Before 19, we had no real power to speak of, other than a few big buildings and a few big cages. I made 19 to give us the actual, tangible authority on containment we needed.
So, 19 was just a farce? Some sort of empty display of power to intimidate people?
There's no farce, and 19 wasn't the only thing I made. I made the role of the administrator, a stable, secretive, undying force behind the madness. Secure. The Overseer Council, a team of the top minds devoted to our cause who will go to any and all lengths to keep the anomalous inside of the veil. Protect. And Site 19, the largest site, sparing no expense for personnel or anomalies, research, and defense. Contain. People outside and in began to fear us and our perceived power, but most importantly, they believed in us, and that's what gave us our success.
Physical pillars.
That's what I wanted, but it's a fickle thing. A Site 19 was built, but as it got larger, more anomalies, more people, it grew more unstable, and it adapted into what it is now. That amount of anomalous energy in one place, even as big as 19, never ends well. Site 19 is as real as any other site, but doesn't exist like every other site. I didn't have a choice at that point. It was doing its job. Our containment infrastructure was better than I could have ever imagined.
Why keep this all a secret? All of us could have saved a lot of trouble if, I don't know, we knew this. All that time I wasted on sending task forces in, arguing, trying my damnedest to fix everything was all for nothing.
When you see through the facade, belief disappears. Did you think these containment failures magically pop up? This was the reality we lived when we first started. Everything is back to chance.
So what do I do now? Too many people know.
You can choose. You have everyone forget, including yourself, with no guarantee you or anyone else won't find it again. Or everyone remembers, and our strength diminishes back to what we once were. Release control, or keep your stranglehold. It's your choice.
A brief pause.
Once I'm done with this sentence, 19 will be back, and you can decide to leave or go in.
A flash. 051 stands outside of SCP-7001 at his last known location. He looks around, puzzled, then checks at the time. 9:54, the same as when he first arrived. Cracks are forming along the walls of SCP-7001. Dust and rubble are piling onto the ground as vibrations rattle the area. The Overseer takes a deep breath, then marches into the site. SCP-7001 is empty. Desks, terminals, people, and anomalies are gone. The sound of rattling metal and stone fill the 051's ears as he paces through the entrance hall. Cracks, forming spiraling, infinite fractal patterns, grow with each step it's taken. In the distance, the air ripples, as if a great amount of energy and heat is being expelled. As he proceeds, 051 noticed lab coats strewn haphazardly on the floor. A rust-colored mixture is seen splattered around the hallway. Identification badges, anomaly files, blueprints, and notes are all left lying on the ground, ripped and cracked in the same spiral pattern. 051 enters the main lobby, a massive panopticon of 30 stories. He looks down. The floor has been subsumed by a massive, endless pit of reflective darkness. The entire site is bulging towards the singularity as if it's being sucked in, but trying to resist. He moves to the edge of the pit and leans over. A reflection of SCP-7001 can be seen infinitely repeating. folding inwards on itself and spewing more reflections out. Colors shift from a deep red to a shining blue to gray and back again. Glass cracks and metal melts, then forms back and repeats the process. With a breath, the overseer closes his eyes and takes the final step and falls. He falls for what feels like hours. There's no invisible text yet. His figure is reflected infinitely around him. He looks at them and they all stare back. He sees himself as a child, then as a Foundation recruit, on the day of his promotion to site director, on his first day as 051, the death of his parents, and then the death of himself. He sees the Overseer Council room, empty and dilapidated. The leather of the 13 chairs is covered in rotten mold. A spiraling crack grows to the massive council table. It crumbles into dust and blows away. He hears his voice blare the word contain infinite times until it's nothing but a cacophony of droning screams. There is a sudden silence. The void begins to ripple, churning from a mass of familiar colors to an incomprehensibly bright burning light. There is a darkness for a moment, and there's nothingness. 051 lands. He moves his hands around himself, feeling a smooth, malleable silkiness around him, the end of the void. There's a comfortable warmth around him. It feels as if the Overseer has been here before. He feels an odd sensation, an invisible force, the embodiment of containment surrounding him as he stands in the heart of Site-19. Every drop of blood spilled during a containment breach, every successful recovery mission, and every locked door his personnel closed washes over him at once. An incomprehensible sensation. These feelings rapidly flicker past him, never giving the Overseer a moment to focus. The Overseer stands in the empty void again. His mind clears, and the sensation evaporates, but containment remains. As if on instinct, 051 reaches out and pushes his hand into the void and passes through. A meeting of the Overseer Council has been scheduled to discuss the use of the Dead Man's Switch on all Foundation personnel and subsequent rebuilding efforts. Meeting of the Overseer Council. Begin log. All right, we're good to start. We're here to discuss the Dead Man's Switch incident last month. Not to be the one to point fingers, but someone in here triggered the emergency amnestics, and I want to know why.
9 already said she has Jones looking into the incident. So far, the finger hasn't been pointed at anyone.
Let's keep our heads on until we have some sort of evidence. Till then, we need a full team effort to keep everything in line. You know what? You're both right. Team effort.
I have Red Right Hand split into teams of 2 to make sure all sites are in fit shape. I think most groups should be back by the end of the week. They've been telling me everything is just about back to around 100%. What we do know is there's a hole of like 2 weeks to a month's worth of information. The only site that didn't need some sort of reconstruction was 19.
Hilda runs a tight ship over there, and 19's always on top of themselves. That's expected. Have them allot some of their personnel to nearby sites to help if necessary. That sounds reasonable. They have enough people to spare. I'm on board. I'll put it to a vote, proposing that Site-19 be allowed to express permission to assist in the rebuilding efforts of nearby sites. Council vote summary. Unanimous yeas. Status approved. End log. Okay. I liked it. I don't really care for the break from I like the narrative format. Like, I think it would be better suited for a tale or like a supplementary log or something. It's just I don't know the in-universe justification for that. It's like the interview with the administrator. You could have easily put a camera, a head-mounted camera or something. I don't know. There's something that could have been used to justify it, I think. But other than that, very good.
Yeah, for me, I was enjoying the story. I liked the little silliness at the beginning and trying to justify why Lol Foundation is the way it is. The mysteriousness of the moving site was interesting. It just, the justification of belief plus too much anomalous energy just kind of didn't reach that level for me narratively. But maybe that's fair. That's fair.
I feel like there was a bunch of kind of subtle references to different movies and stuff, like when they're trying to, like, there's the Alice in Wonderland moment where they took the potion and they get, but like before that they turn around and there's like the wall sealed off and it says nah, which I think is Jurassic Park, right? They have like the
That,
so Yeah, yeah. And then of course Scrooge and Huey, Dewey, and Louie. I don't know what. Okay, cool, Plague. All right, nice work.
Yeah,
strange
overall good.
one.
Definitely a +1 either way.
Yeah. Strange article, but a good one.
All right, we're quick ad break. Bing bang. For Remember Dr. Cimmerian, currently at 3648. Let's see if that updates with the refresh. Maybe, maybe not, but we are going to go to battle against Mr. Beast. We are going to wreck every tree in Alabama, the greater South, the greater Northeast, everywhere. We are going to make sure that no tree can harm Dr. Cimmerian ever again.
Don't make me come and hold you upside down and shake all the coins out of your pockets. Don't make me do that. I will.
Billith will appear behind you and lift you up like a stereotypical high school bully and make you drop your milk money.
Yep, absolutely.
And after you do that and you enjoy that upside down time so much, you can go visit Slowgramming.
Right, yes. Slowgramming.bandcamp.com. I have another album that's going to come out in the next couple months. You'll be able to see the pre-release probably later today. Yeah, with a few songs that you can download to check it out. It's going to be good.
And on my end, make sure to go become a Site42 patron. It allows me to, hopefully with enough people, quit my day job, put out bigger and better content, hire filmmakers to make the kinds of things we want to see, and work for free for the advertisers for small projects who can't afford the pay but still want their platform see so that they can eventually make bigger projects. The more we all team up as a community, the easier it gets for them. So, go team.
Go team indeed.
Right. And that brings us to Yossi Posies, Yossi Posses, rhyme it. We are doing SCP-7777, Heptophobia.
Beautiful.
Me, oh my. And so, we are going to the Ryza Archive, Records and Information Security Administration. Make it nice and screen-sized.
And before we forget, we do have to go back and do 7101, which is the one we skipped due to being really long. And we only had an hour left. Had 16 iterations as well. But we can do. I know Yossi is probably looking forward to this one, and I saw Yossi in the chat, so let's do it.
All right, we'll hit Hepta, and then we'll go back to 7101. All right, good call. I'd forgotten about that one.
It's all good.
All right. SCP-7777. Access specific information. The following document contains one addendum that is Ryza Level 4 clearance classified. Any information enclosed within the classified addendum is forbidden to communicate with any external parties. By accessing this information, you agree to keep any knowledge gained confidential or risk demotion and/or termination of employment. Item number: SCP-7777. Object classification: Keter. Special containment procedures. Following the events outlined in Addendum 3, this file is solely accessible to individuals with Level 4 Ethics or Level 4 Ryza clearance. The file occupying the wider Foundation's SCP-777 slot is not to contain any of this file's addenda or its image. Furthermore, it must contain minimal information regarding the anomaly itself or its true containment procedures. Pictured is partial output of the initial RNG affected by SCP-777. 7. Hold to enlarge. Description: SCP-7777 is an anomalous phenomenon affecting random number generators, RNGs, utilized by the SCP Foundation. SCP-7777 can manifest in any RNG that both continuously creates output and is not, at the time of manifestation, being monitored directly by a sapient individual. Footnote: it should be noted that SCP-7777 appears to affect pseudo-random number generators and true random number generators equally. When an RNG comes out under the effects of SCP-7777, it will immediately begin to produce a series of 7s, interspersed with 0s at seemingly random intervals. This will continue for an unspecified duration before abruptly ceasing. After an SCP-7777 event concludes, the RNG will continue to output as normal with no detectable differences. Thus far, the meaning behind SCP-7777, if any, is unclear. That is, correction, see below. Addendum 1. Discovery. SCP-7777 was initially discovered on January 28, 2018, following the presumed malfunction of a CK-class scenario detector, CSD. The device's internal pseudo-RNG had deviated significantly from its synchronized counterpart, indicating a potential CK-class scenario had occurred. When technician Davis Silverstein, who was nearby at the time, checked the CSD's PRNG output, he discovered an abnormal pattern consisting entirely of 7s and 0s and reported it to a colleague, Dr. Expunged. Dr. Expunged quickly informed the other members of his research team stationed in Site-17, including a member of the Department of Analytics senior researcher, Expunged, who requested Dr. Expunged receive a copy of the PRNG's output. With assistance from Davis, they were able to copy the abnormally generated numbers onto a separate drive and forward the information to the Department of Analytics. The phenomenon was classified and cataloged provisionally as EE770707. Is that a link? Log of Extranormal Events. EE, gotcha. Faced with a number of urgent assignments, the department relegated EE770707 to low priority. As a result, the phenomenon was not researched for an additional 3 weeks, until Dr. Expunged requested a follow-up. As senior researcher, Expunged, was off-site, the assignment was given to junior researcher, Expunged. After attempting various methods of analysis on the data, eventually, Expunged determined the number of 7s between each 0 present in the pattern never exceeded 255. Under the assumption the numbers may be referring to the value of bytes, they translated the values into ASCII characters. The following is the resultant message. Site Director Franklin Garrett murdered Dr. Teresa Booth on March 11, 2003 by replacing her medication with compound Y909 and framing it as amnestic overdose. Upon decoding the message, Expunged panicked and emailed the Department of Analytics Ethics Committee Liaison Flora Marinos. After several hours, Liaison Marinos read the email and immediately reported the findings to the Ethics Committee proper. The Ethics Committee launched an investigation into Site-85 Director Franklin Garnett, and as Dr. Teresa Booth was indeed confirmed to have died from severe Class C amnestic overdose on March 11, 2003. The Records and Information Security Administration, RISA, was tasked with locating the exact origin of the report. The official explanation for the death at the time was that Dr. Booth had suffered from a traumatic sibling loss 1 month prior and unsuccessfully attempted to use Class C amnestics to erase the memories of how they died. However, review of archived security camera footage revealed that approximately 3 minutes of footage were removed from various tapes, including the hallway directly outside Dr. Booth's living quarters, on the day prior to her death. With this knowledge, the Ethics Committee suspended Director Garnett's clearance provisionally as the investigation continued. However, shortly thereafter, Director Garnett noticed the change and began to flee the site unsuccessfully. When later detained, he confessed that he had indeed murdered Dr. Booth in order to prevent her from coming forward to the Ethics Committee with embezzlement charges against him. In light of the confession, all pay was deducted from Franklin Garnett's Foundation account, and he was amnesticized and removed from the Foundation permanently. Since this event, over 37 new instances of SCP-7777 have appeared in Foundation RNGs. Addendum 2. Abridged log of SCP-7777 instances. The following is an abridged list of SCP-7777 instances that the Ethics Committee recorded since the initial discovery of the anomaly. Instance ID number 7777-2. Date February 3rd, 2018. Discovery. Instance 7777-2 appeared in a PRNG being run alongside SCP-1214. SCP-1214 is a pseudo-random character generator, which eventually deviates from random generation and produces predictable and coherent sentences. During tests by the Department of Analytics to determine the differentiation between SCP-1214 and standard RNGs, the code was translated, then sent to Liaison Marinos, who in turn forwarded it to the Ethics Committee proper. Translated text. Senior researcher Jackson Bell sexually assaulted a female researcher during the Site-18 2016 Christmas party. Follow-up action. The Ethics Committee determined that the events described had in fact occurred publicly, but due to the senior researcher's position, no one had reported the incident to an authority. Bell denied the incident had occurred even after recorded footage came to light. He has since been barred permanently from Foundation community events and is undergoing long-term correctional therapy with a pay reduction. The victim has been identified and compensated. Instance ID 7777-3. Date February 26, 2018. Discovery Instance 7777-3 appeared in a similar manner to 7777-1 within a CSD. Footnote. It is believed that the high frequency of consistently generating PRNGs used in CSDs made them a susceptible target to SCP-7777 influence. Technician Davis Silverstein was present and intercepted the device, which was decoded and sent to the Ethics Committee through Liaison Marinos. Translated text. Containment Specialist Sofia Rosario falsified her credentials and plagiarized stolen designs from her co-workers. Follow-up action. Evidence at first had suggested that Rosario was fully knowledgeable and capable of containment specialization, and no former co-workers of Rosario claimed that their designs had been stolen, suggesting that the SCP-7777 instance may not have been factually correct. However, at Liaison Marino's insistence, further research was conducted. It was discovered that various minor inconsistencies exist within Rosario's identification documents, suggesting it was falsified. Rosario was interrogated on March 2nd. During initial questioning, she began to hyperventilate and convulse before spontaneously collapsing. Before medics could arrive, Rosario was confirmed dead. Autopsy revealed that she had consumed a cyanide pill. Her true identity has yet to be confirmed. Since her death, 3 containment specialists had come forward to corroborate that Rosario had stolen designs from them and passed them off as her own. Entry expunged by order of the O5 Council. Instance ID 7777-6. Date May 12, 2018. Discovery. Instance generated during production of a number for the consumption of SCP-Y. Cannibalistic mathematics. Footnote. SCP-Y is the set of all non-existent numbers. Occurring every approximately rotation of the Earth, it must be, quote, fed a number of incredibly large size to prevent it from consuming a random, likely small number. Accountant Gregory translated text. Accountant Gregory Kaplan allowed various monetary crimes to occur due to negligence in bookkeeping important projects. Follow-up action. Kaplan admitted to negligence in their duties, claiming that they did not intend any ill will and merely had higher priorities. After some discussion, they agreed to forward all their communications and financial records to the Ethics Committee and transfer their current responsibilities to other accounting personnel. However, before they were reassigned to another job, 058 requested to transfer Kaplan themselves, which was approved. Additional notes. Kaplan's current location and occupation within the Foundation are not known. Instance ID 7777-13. Date October 8th, 2018. Discovery. Dr. Expunged forwarded Instance 7777-13 to Liaison Marinos. They claimed they had run an RNG on their personal laptop for over 3 months straight until an SCP-7777 instance occurred. Translated text. Site Director Thomas Grand vandalized SCP-4051's, your friendly neighborhood Keter, containment chamber with the phrase, "dumb anomaly idiot," to intentionally provoke them into breaching. Follow-up action. Security camera footage of SCP-4051's footnote, SCP-4051 is a teenager capable of manifesting portals to extra-dimensional spaces containing any item SCP-4051 is capable of comprehending. Camera footage of SCP-4051's containment chamber revealed that the event described in the SCP-7777 instance did occur. However, investigating Ethics Committee personnel accidentally discovered at least 24 unethical and intentionally cruel experiments conducted under order by Graham against SCP-4051 in the process. In-depth probing revealed that this abusive behavior not only extended to SCP-4051, but various other anomalies and researchers as well. Link, Humanoid Containment Chamber, Half-Life symbol 045? I'm not sure what that symbol is. Further analysis... Pardon. Further analysis of the prior 8 years Graham had been in charge of Site-17 showed that he had committed numerous crimes against the Foundation, including homicide, assault, embezzlement, bribery, extortion, verbal and physical abuse, perjury, gross misuse of amnestics, and conspiracy, among other violations of Foundation Code of Conduct. When faced with the charges, Graham denied all of them and demanded O5 Council intervention, which was promptly denied. Graham then attempted to assault a station security officer, who quickly detained him. Graham has since been removed from his position and assigned permanent D-Class status. Additionally, Site-17 has been placed under direct Ethics Committee control, and all affected anomalies and researchers have been provided with compensation and given optional free use of on-site parapsychological counseling. Additional notes. Despite the well-documented existence of all of Graham's crimes, no on-site personnel had come forward with complaints beyond the first 4 years of Graham's tenure as site director, including post-demotion. It is unclear why SCP-7077 highlighted this specific crime. Instance ID 7777-17. Date January 1st, 2019. Discovery. During Site-42's New Year celebration, a raffle was held for various prizes via ticket system. Midway through the celebration, various participants noted that all raffle codes were comprised solely of 7s and 0s. When a present Ethics Committee liaison discovered this, they halted distribution of the tickets, which were unusable regardless, and forwarded all the tickets they could find to the Ethics Committee proper. Although some tickets were missing, the context could extrapolate the missing values when translated to ASCII. Translated text. Dr. Theron Sherman attacked junior researcher Roger Radcliffe on September 12, 2018 in Site-42's break room. Follow-up action. Roger Radcliffe, when asked, did corroborate this claim. However, both physical and written records showed that Dr. Sherman was not present in Site-42 when the supposed attack occurred. As a result, no further action was taken despite Radcliffe's protests. Additional notes. See Instance 7777-18 for additional context. Instance ID 7777-18. Date January 4th, 2019. Discovery. Instance 7777-18 appeared in a CSD, which was discovered by junior technician Carmi Avramu Waters. Footnote. It should be noted that Technician Waters' senior advisor was Davis Silverstein prior to being transferred to a separate site on November 20th, 2018. Translated text. Junior researcher Roger Radcliffe attempted to frame Dr. Theron Sherman using a falsified SCP-7077 instance. Follow-up action. Although Radcliffe denied the charge, investigation has determined that the junior researcher entered managerial spaces and replaced the raffle tickets with their own. Radcliffe has been placed on leave for 3 months. Additional notes. This is the first instance which SCP-7777 references itself in its accusations. SCP-7777's containment procedures have been updated. And to quote Mr. Green, "I told you I didn't do it!" Instance 7777-26. Oh, this is after numerous entries expunged by order of the O5 Council. Instance 26. Date December 13th, 2019. Discovery. The Astronomy Department discovered abnormal fluctuations in the luminosity of the Pleiade star cluster. Though not originally linked to SCP-7777, analysis of the phenomena by relevant researchers accidentally uncovered the corresponding instance's message on March 1st, 2020. The department forwarded its findings to the Ethics Committee shortly thereafter. Translated text. Thaumaturgist Diana Ribeiro cast thaumaturgic spells on various Department of Tactical Theology researchers in an attempt to send them to the Abrahamic hell when they died. Follow-up action. Ethics Committee Liaison Marinos inquired of the validity of the claim to Ribeiro, who confirmed that she had indeed been casting spells in an attempt to send fellow DOTT members to the Abrahamic hell when they eventually died. After intense deliberation, it was determined that the success of these spells could not be validated, and that nothing in the Ethics Committee guidelines explicitly disallowed spells that did no physical or mental harm. As such, Ribeiro would not be charged with any violations and allowed to continue working at the Department of Tactical Theology. Additional notes. Other observatories focused on the Pleiades cluster did not find any abnormal fluctuations in their luminosity. Entry expunged by order of the O5 Council. Instance ID 7777-32. Date July 11, 2020. Discovery. Instance 7777-32 appeared in a CSD. Technician Davis Silverstein caught and reported the instance to the Ethics Committee via Liaison Marinos. Translated text. Director Calvin Bold murdered a 6-month-old baby by kicking it into a wall. Follow-up action. The child in question was the anomaly SCP-6469-D, titled A Baby? Footnote. SCP-6469-D, prior to neutralization, was an entity that appeared as a human child, which manifested before disasters occurred. Whether the child's appearance was causative or not is still unclear. Which was decommissioned by Director Calvin Bold. As the child posed a threat to the existence of the Foundation and the Veil, the actions taken by Director Bold have been deemed appropriate for the circumstances, and charges were subsequently dropped. Instance 7777-33. Date, August 9th, 2020. Discovery. Instance 7777-33 appeared in a CSD. Technician Davis Silverstein caught and reported the instance to the Ethics Committee via liaison Marinos. Translated text. Ethics Committee member Jeremiah Cimmerian intentionally fabricated the SCP-6469 anomaly to protect Director Calvin Bold. Follow-up action. Jeremiah Cimmerian was recused from their case and complied with Ethics Committee investigation. After questioning, Cimmerian revealed that they indeed fabricated the SCP-6469 anomaly to prevent the demotion of Director Bold after unintentionally killing a fellow researcher's child, mistaking it for an anomaly. He became aware of this event after Bold messaged him in a panic post-murder. Cimmerian also embezzled funds to pay the father of the child, informing them in the process that it was, quote, not a bribe, and, quote, they can press charges if they so wish. The researcher did not bring further charges to the Ethics Committee, both prior to Instance 7777-33, nor after being asked if they wished to by the Ethics Committee proper. Cimmerian was discharged from the Ethics Committee after investigation, but has not been removed from Foundation employment. Additional notes. As of November 5th, 2020, Cimmerian has not been able to be located. Attempts to find him have yielded no results. Footnote. Riser records appear to have been altered during this time from an unknown outside source. Entries expunged by the order of more entries expunged by order of O5 Council. Instance ID 7777-37. Date May 16, 2021. Discovery. Instance 7777-37 is believed to have initially manifested in a CSD. Technician Davis Silverstein had informed Liaison Marinos of another instance, however was unable to deliver the instance to them due to events described in Addendum 3. Translated text unknown. Follow-up action not applicable. See Addendum 3. Addendum 3. Site breach. On May 16th, 2021, Site 14 came under attack by a hostile group of interests believed to be the Chaos Insurgency. The site's security was quickly overwhelmed. However, thanks to the unexpected presence of mobile task forces in the area, the site was retaken relatively quickly. During the retaking of the site, the following incident occurred. Time: approximately 1500 hours 30 minutes local, May 16, 2021. Location: Site 14, Employee Break Room A4. Begin log. 0 hours, or 0 minutes 0 hours on the timer. The break room is under lockdown. As per standard practice, all researchers are taking shelter under objects such as tables or chairs. Alarms are audibly blaring and the room is darkened to reduce visibility. 34 seconds. A loud banging noise can be heard outside of one of the break room's doors. The intensity increases and the door begins rattling. Personnel within the rooms begin to whisper with increasing panic. 1 minute 26 seconds. The door breaks in and a Chaos Insurgency agent equipped with an MP7A1 firearm enters the room. One researcher begins screaming as the agent raises their firearm to point at the personnel and demands that they leave their positions under the furniture and line against the back wall of the room. All personnel comply. 3 minutes 2 seconds. The agent approaches the first faculty member, researcher Huang Bai, and demands to know their full name. The researcher complies and the agent moves on to the next individual in line, repeating their request. 4 minutes 55 seconds. After approximately 2 minutes of repeating this process, the agent reaches Technician Davis Silverstein, who tells the agent his name. The agent immediately draws their weapon and shoots Silverstein repeatedly. Other personnel flee. The agent ignores them and continues to fire into Silverstein's corpse until the entire magazine is exhausted. 6 minutes 22 seconds. The agent attempts to leave, but is interrupted when Mobile Task Force member Karis Stavros enters the room. Upon seeing Silverstein's corpse, Stavros attacks and apprehends the agent. 8 minutes 43 seconds. Stavros, during tactical communication with other task force units, noticed the agent begin to hyperventilate and shake. Stavros quickly produced SCP-427, Lovecraftian locket. Footnote: a locket which is capable of healing illness quickly, but if used for too long can cause intense mutation. From a standard anomaly transportation unit they possessed, and applied it to the agent, stabilizing their condition. End log. Additional notes. The agent was discovered to have attempted to commit suicide via cyanide pill, but was prevented from doing so. Agent Stavros had been transporting SCP-427 to Site-12 when their task force was called to intervene. Nearly all Chaos Insurgency elements had either fled the site or were killed in action. The aforementioned agent was placed into forced long-term medical care and was restrained heavily to prevent further suicide attempts. On June 15, 2021, the Ethics Committee took possession of the Chaos Insurgency agent. Footnote 10. It was at the time expressly forbidden for Ethics Committee personnel to place themselves into proximity of a hostile force. This act had been performed in secret. For the following 3 weeks, the Ethics Committee attempted to interrogate the agent about their identity and their actions during the raid, but were incapable of soliciting useful information. However, a breakthrough was discovered when the genetic material of the agent returned a match in the Ethics Committee's database of Foundation employees. The agent had a near-identical match to Mobile Task Force Alpha-1 agent Justin Boole, who was still under Foundation service. Further examination of archived Chaos Insurgency agent genetic data revealed further matches with current and former members of Mobile Task Force Alpha-1. Footnote. It is believed that this was not discovered earlier due to the aforementioned policy, the Ethics Committee solely holding the employment information of all Foundation personnel, and a lack of incentives to compare CI agents to Foundation personnel. During this time, Ryza had taken possession of Technician Silverstein's belongings, including his personal laptop, which contained data expunged, and SCP-7077 Instance 37. After decoding the message, the text read as follows: 056 is plotting to murder Technician Davis Silverstein. Due to the discovery involving Alpha-1, the SCP-7777-37 instance, and prior interference in SCP-7777 documentation, Ryza colluded with the Ethics Committee to intercept an upcoming O5 Council session in Site-1 and hold overseers for questioning. On July 17, 2021, Mobile Task Force Omega-1 breached Site-1 and attempted to detain the 13 overseers, capturing 7. Interrogation revealed that the O5 Council had been employing the Red Right Hand to capture SCPs for their personal benefit, which would be forbidden by Ethics Committee otherwise. The remaining 6 overseers' locations are not known. Since July 21, 2021, the Ethics Committee has taken direct control of the SCP Foundation until the full extent of the damage done to the Foundation can be assessed and repaired. Containment procedures for SCP-7777 have been updated. Addendum Ryza 4 Internal Memo. And since then, it has remained that way. The above file is a mess of conflicting redactions, misleading information, and version conflict. It is the general mission of Ryza to attempt to resolve these issues and present a cohesive and streamlined document for future onboarding of researchers. Furthermore, we ensure all proper parties are informed of relevant information and ensure breaches of security are handled and dealt with. This file is to remain a permanent exception to our mission. A lot of things haven't really sat right with me since we started looking into this anomaly. Why are some staff consistently involved in the discovery of the instances? Why did 056 attempt to assassinate a random lowly technician? Why did no one report any of the crimes before the anomaly announced them? And why are so many reluctant to speak up even after? But everything fell into place when we confiscated that laptop. After examining the evidence, there's only one reasonable conclusion I can arrive at. SCP-7777 does not exist. SCP-7777 represents a coordinated effort between Silverstein, Marinos, and various other faculty members whose name I have taken the liberty of expunging, to create a platform to whistle-blow the Foundation's corruption. Using various tactics, they've successfully managed to fool a majority of the Foundation's leadership, including the Ethics Committee and even us for a time, into believing SCP-7777 is a real, anomalous phenomenon which cannot be controlled. Only recently have some of us caught on, including the at-large 056, who attempted to uproot the project at its source, completely unaware his plan had already been compromised and used to trigger his own downfall. Nonetheless, the Ethics Committee is completely in the dark about SCP-7777's true nature. I intend to keep it this way. I have reason to suspect that their intentions aren't as pure as they'd like us to believe. Much of our data on what occurred have been through their reports, and they conveniently paint a pretty picture that the Ethics Committee overthrew a corrupt O5 Council. But a whistleblowing service wouldn't be necessary to begin with if the Ethics Committee was actually fighting corruption. I don't think we're getting the full story here. the missing employees, the coincidental possession of SCP-427, and that one conspicuous database infiltration seemed to point to the fact that the Ethics Committee is playing their own game, with the O5 now eliminated. I haven't a clue what they intend to do with the Foundation as the sole executive power, but I doubt with the pieces we've been able to put together that it's remotely good. Fortunately, SCP-7777 has given us a weighted 7-sided die, and I intend to leverage it with all of the power Ryza can muster. While the Ethics Committee's been creating their conspiracy, we've been creating our own. And I think it's time we excise the bad apples from our rotten bunch. Reach out to me when you're ready. We'll have much to discuss about the coming days. Signed, Maria Jones, Director of the Records and Information Security Administration. Finn.
It's good. I liked a lot of the author avatars that were introduced. I recognized a Dr. Theron Sherman. I don't know what they're from. I didn't see Yossi, I didn't see my author avatar in there. What's going on?
Not inclusive enough, Yossi.
No,
Not inclusive enough.
It's fine. I just need one more article with my author avatar in it to have an author tag. So think about it, Yossi. You can retroactively add me in there. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, no, that is a solid article. As I told Yossi, because I got to crit this one, it is just a solid. I love a good conspiracy thriller.
Yeah.
I like the open-ended, oh gosh, what's actually going to happen? I am intrigued enough to want a sequel and want to know what else is going to happen.
Yeah. I like it. I like the, I like the weird, like, got to decode it into ASCII, and it's just like predictions. It's cool. I like it. Just the whole thing. Very nice, sleek aesthetic. Well written. Got no complaints.
All right. Shall we dive into this, what is it? Again, 7101?
Yeah, it's 16 offsets.
All right, let me format it to the screen.
They might be short, though. We'll see.
Yeah. All we know is there's a lot of offsets, but we don't know what we're getting into.
Yes. All right. Notice from the Foundation Records and Information Security Administration. Warning. The following file contains instances of unstable temporal anomalies. As such, the information presented may differ or contradict itself in certain sessions. Sure. If you encounter any such instances of this, please inform a diagnostic in order to identify and solve the problem before reporting it to RISA. The link is it's a Google search for a coin flip. Got it. Maria Jones, Director of RISA. Item number 7000. Still. Level 4, Secret. Containment class, Keter. Secondary class, Shokma. Disruption class, Amida. Risk class, Warning. Special containment procedures. Ongoing efforts are being made to coerce major world governments to minimize the number of situations involving important outcomes being decided by random happenstance, including, but not limited to, betting on future events, all forms of lottery, raffle events, casinos, name draws, and other similar occasions, all of which have been projected to be outlawed by the year 2042. Misinformation campaigns have been established, targeting all cultural groups that in some way elevate the existence of, quote, luck, effectively removing any traces of said concept, the etymology of synonymous words, and replacing such concepts and words with Foundation-approved semantics. A full audit of all Foundation equipment is to be performed once a year, affirming the stability and function of all such devices. Foundation personnel assigned to any important task are to undergo extensive training and preparation via the usage of simulation technology. Failure to complete an action in a satisfactory manner is met with repeated experience of such technologies. Description. SCP-7000 is a deific entity simultaneously presiding near all sentient entities capable of warping the action, outcome, or reality of affected organisms in favor or in spite of them. SCP-7000 is entirely invisible and intangible, however, may be observed via minute traces of an intangible, invisible residue, SCP-7000-1, left behind post-effect, which is noticeable by sudden manifestations of thoughts related to luck in either positive or negative instances. Currently, SCP-7000's motivations, if there are any, are unknown, as SCP-7000 has been observed to have warped various subjects or groups inconsistently and contradictorily, with no known correlation between such events. A result of this has shown slight to extreme benefit and inconveniencing within a substantial margin of all sentient entities' lives. Footnote. Common examples of this are predatory organisms discovering nearby prey, a subject being randomly chosen for a certain situation, sudden health-related developments, or impending temporal restrictions being met momentarily before ending. SCP-7000 is intrinsically linked to the concept of, quote, luck or fortune, which is a superstitious belief describing random events that are either favorable or harmful to an individual that occurs by chance, either by earning or choice. This belief had become important in human society, often being promoted in media or culture, further exacerbating SCP-7000. And it's a link to 6659. Got it. Is it meta-agnostic, I think? Yes, meta-agnostic. Good article. Additionally, instances of SCP-7000-1 have been known to radiate more effectively around certain objects that are totemic to SCP-7000, including severed rabbit's paws, clovers with 4 leaves, shamrocks, horseshoes, Japanese Maneke Neko figurines, coins found on the ground, and gemstones of various kinds. Such items generally radiate beneficial instances of SCP-7000-1. However, such items will cease all effects on individuals with a higher cognitive resistance value, or CRV, than 4.2, and it's 2316. You do not recognize the bodies in the water. That's linked. Discovery. Temporal anomaly detected. Please run a diagnostic before continuing this document. So I had to flip a coin to do it. I'll do it. Let's see. What did I get? It's flipping. Okay, tails. Okay, I got tails. Going to tails. All right. Offset 1. Tails. Incident report 7001 at April 6th, 2023. June 4th, 2023. Between June 4th and June 11th of 2023, worldwide mortality rates rose by 26% approximately, alongside increased reports of missing children or animals by approximately 42%, and 38 products from differing brands were recalled for varying reasons. Incident report 7/002 in January 1st of 2026. An increase in discoveries of hostile anomalous entities, hazardous objects, and phenomena was noted throughout the year 2025, more so than were found in 2024 by around 12%. Additionally, the total estimated cost of containment for new contained anomalies increased by around 7%, resulting in several necessary budget cuts and cost-saving measures being taken, including the closing of certain low-importance sites, less funding being put into experimental scientific fields, and additional privileges and responsibilities being placed upon the decommissioning department to account for this increase. And the first link is 6200. I don't know what that one is. And the decoms department's their hub. Okay. Incident report 7/003 in September 28th, 2029. At around 9:12 AEST PM, the monitoring system attached to 056 showed their heart rate drop to 0, fatal. It was later found that they had suffered cardiac arrest while playing with their infant child in a clandestine safe house. Attempts to resuscitate them failed, as the on-site defibrillators were damaged sometime prior, awaiting replacements. Incident 7/004 in March 9th of 2032. At around 16:28 p.m., Site-19 was raided by a force of several hundred operatives from GOI-006, quote, the Chaos Insurgency. Despite great efforts led by on-site task forces and security personnel, the site was lost to the group, and a majority of contained anomalies were either stolen or destroyed. The site was then closed after retrieving all possible personnel or items, which were then dispensed among other sites. Dispensed, maybe dispersed. Upon discovery, 4 members of the group were found to be within the facility. They were interrogated, revealing that a secret agent within the group was stationed in a separate facility and found a copy of an uncensored Site-19 dossier after bumping into the site director. Both dropped their documents, and the dossier was unintentionally switched in the ensuing confusion. Okay. Discovery. SCP-7000 was discovered after a notable incremental rise in incidents from 2022 to 2032, occurring due to random chance led the Foundation to begin making more intensive observations of subjects in places wherein such incidents took place. During these investigations, Director Roofhouse, footnote, Director Pendant Roofhouse, 7000 project lead, noticed a repeating factor in personnel observing areas of interest. That is the mention of, quote, luck, and the summing up such incidents to particularly negative instances of luck. After witnessing 8 instances of investigative personnel referencing this, Director Roofhouse found a correlation between those affected and their cognitive resistance value being lower than an approximate 6. After contacting Dr. Natasha Stepanov of the Department of Cognitohazards, the cognitohazards were found to be localized to exact areas affected by SCP-7000. Additionally, subjects possessing a lower CRV than approximately 2.9 were found to rarely reference a personification of SCP-7000, those being, quote, Lady Luck, or, quote, RN Jesus, Misfortune, and more notably, Fortuna in these areas. Footnote. A Roman deity of luck and fortune, right? This reference to Fortuna led Director Roofhouse to contact Director Caleb Tenenbaum. Footnote. The Department of Applied Theology head, previously head of Tactical Theology, pre-Crusade Campaign 2032, which caused alarm in the department of the Second Resurgence event. Footnote. The Crusade Campaign 2027 through 2032, a period in which deific entities and icons from various cultural mythologies manifested, requiring incredible joint efforts from the Foundation and the GOC to conceal, contain, and neutralize such entities, which was only heightened after the usage of an ABSRDEI returned indefinite results. Footnote. An Adair-Bailey subreality deific entity identifier, a notably crude construct used to confirm the deific status and origin of input entities and phenomenon. Okay. SCP-7000 was later differentiated from Fortuna in 2035 when no tangible source for SCP-7000's effect was found, which differed from Fortuna's physical body acting as a point of origin for its anomalous phenomenon. All data on SCP-7000 was then compiled in 2036, and procedures were then devised and put into place in the same year. Temporal anomaly detected. Please run a diagnostic before continuing this document. Okay, I will do that. Slipping again. Heads this time. Okay.
Going to heads.
Going with heads. Offset 5. Wow, we jumped a bit. Heads. Addendum 7000-01. Update. Starting on, this is February 5th, 2033, there was a period of 188 days where SCP-7000 made no noticeable activity. This was first noted on February 17th, 2033, as transcribed below. And I could take Roofhouse. You could be Fallen. Dr. Maelstrom Fallen. Wow. Great name. All right. SCP-7000 Overview. Dr. Fallen discusses a recent development from SCP-7000. Date 17th February 2033. In attendance, Director Pendant Roofhouse, Project Lead, and Dr. Maelstrom Fallen, SCP-7000 Project. Begin log. Director Roofhouse is alone in their office. Dr. Fallen knocks at the door and is told to enter.
I apologize to everyone for this accent. Good eye.
Good day. What have you got for me?
It concerns 7000.
Luck, right. What's up?
Well, we haven't exactly observed it doing anything for like a week or two now.
And now it concerns me. What do you mean?
We just haven't seen anything from it like at all. Haven't had anything to misinform the public about. Haven't had someone fall down an unlucky set of stairs. Nada.
It could just be nothing. Let's keep monitoring for now. If nothing happens for a week, come back here and let's set up a test.
Okay.
Got anything else for me? Continuing log cut for irrelevancy. End log. 7 days pass. SCP-7000. Overview. Dr. Fallen discusses a relevant development with Dr. Roofhouse before testing SCP-7000. Date, 24th February 2033. In attendance, Dr. Pendant Roofhouse, Project Lead. Dr. Maelstrom Fallen, SCP-7000 Project. D1928 and D1929. Take evens again. I'll take odds.
I'll take the odd. Sounds good.
I said you take evens again, but that's fine.
Oh, I got
Whatever
it
you
backwards.
want. It's okay.
Yes, we will stick with evens and odds the way it's been. That is the right choice. I will be the even.
All right. Begin log. Director Roofhouse is alone in their office. Dr. Fallen knocks at the door and is told to enter. Good day.
Good day. It's about 7,000 again.
Still nothing.
Nothing we could pick up on, no.
I see. One moment, please. Director Roofhouse interacts with their terminal before turning back to Director Fallen. Right. We're going to need two D-classes, a gun that almost always jams, a handheld mirror, and some totems to SCP-7000. You'll find those in Storage Locker 112 of Wing T-2. It's labeled 7000. You can't miss it. And meet me in Testing Chamber D4 in 20 minutes.
What gun that always jams?
We need a gun that almost always fucks up when firing. Something that might not fire at all. You got 20 minutes. Go. Recording is cut and then resumed in Testing Chamber D4, 24 minutes later. Director Roofhouse is momentarily alone within the room before Dr. Fallen enters. You're 4 minutes late.
These two got in a fight midway through the hole.
Perfect. Now let's see the goods. Dr. Fallen proceeds to hand Director Roofhouse 2 severed rabbit's paws, a mirror, and an M1 Garand. A Garand? We have a Garand in the armory?
I just picked up whatever looked unreliable. I don't know.
Did you get the proper ammunition for it?
I think so, yeah.
Dr. Fallen hands them 6 bullets. No, we'll only need 1. Director Roofhouse places 5 bullets in their pocket before loading the Garand. Let's begin. Test SCP-7000's debated persistence. Subjects D1928 and D1929. Procedure: D1928 is to first break a handheld mirror before firing upon D1929, who is to possess 2 severed rabbit's paws with the intent to kill D1929. Okay. Results: successful termination of D1929. Director Roofhouse and Dr. Fallen now within an observation deck.
Fuck.
Well, that's not great. Not great at all. Director Roofhouse moves towards the door of the deck before proceeding to enter the chamber. They confiscate the weapon and instruct Dr. Fallen to escort D1928 to a holding cell. Following this, an official investigation was begun on February 26, 2033 to determine the cause of this disappearance. The investigations are ongoing. Temporal anomaly detected. Please run a diagnostic before continuing this document. Flipping a coin again. Let's go. Let's do this. Flip the coin, and I'm getting a tails now.
Going to tails.
Okay. Tails. Addendum 7000-026-F investigations. Following a period of 192 days, investigations into the sudden disappearance of SCP-7000 concluded. The following is a list of notable discoveries. 1. SCP-7000 first became noticeable as legal restrictions on casino enterprises became more lenient, resulting in said industries adapting more intrusive, unethical, and forceful practices and functions. This will result in around a 2 to 6% drop-off in customers, however, a 12 to 22% increase in profits for the various establishments. 2. 13% of areas affected by SCP-7000 appear to form a circular pattern within North America. 3. Individuals closer to the center of this pattern display increased belief that events are caused by SCP-7000, and events caused by SCP-7000 are caused by a deific entity that personifies luck. Low-level BK class broken masquerade scenario possible. 4. A large, mostly underground facility housing an assortment of entities and objects held within individual cells located at the innermost center of the aforementioned circular pattern. 5. All names, dates, or titles found within the facility are obscured in some way. This appears to extend to describing factors that identified the purpose, content, and context of the affected nomenclature. 5A. A plaque positioned on a gate surrounding the compound reading obscured. Danger, keep out. 5B. A recovered document pertaining to future operations for an unknown subject. The date is obscured. The document appears to be old and weathered. 5C. A massive system of various technologies. A nearby document is nearly entirely obscured, with only various percentages being eligible. And probably mean legible. 5D. A complex, roughly 2 cubic meters. Well, that's technically 8 meters, levitating between 0.2 and 0.8 meters off the ground, positioned 3 meters out of the previously described discovery. The shape comprised of an unknown number of layers that are constantly rotating, with a singular small window at its center being present in each layer. A hazard pattern on the floor surrounds the complex, and red hazard/death symbols are printed on nearby walls. 6. A human corpse attached to several systems. Approximately 78% of its body is absent, and a bullet hole penetrates through its head. A corpse is in advanced decay. A bullet casing found nearby matched that of standard Foundation issue ammunition, though prior to this discovery, no ventures into the compound were reported. And 6A, several corpses surround the machine with varying causes of death. A panel is located on the front of it with 2 buttons, 2 obscured labels, and 3 filled key slots. A corpse lies beneath the panel. Investigations regarding SCP-7000's absence have ceased. Efforts are being made to understand the situation regarding this facility's origin and purpose further accessible in a different document. Ending 6 of 8. Obscured. I don't know if that's an intentional misspelling.
Since it is twice, I assume it must
3
be.
times, yeah.
Yeah.
I would hope so. But then eligible, I don't know. So there's 8 endings. That's how this goes down. Do you want to do another one and see if we get a different ending? Is that you want to like take turns on this? I don't know how the best way to. Because if we went down one at a time, it would be disjointed, I think.
So I think we do one more. I'll take one more crack at it and see if we get something different.
Sure.
Because I don't feel right judging it just on this one go through.
I understand, but I feel like I understand it well enough. Let's try again. Going back to the original page.
I'll give you one more go, Roofhouse. So we know the front page. And so let's flip our coin. I will perform the diagnostic on my end this time. So flipped coin. We did tails. That's what we got last time, right?
Yeah.
All right, so then we don't have to reread this. This
right.
is the decommissioning apartment. This is a lot of the different stuff. Coming down, misfortune, fortuna, gods. Coin flip. Gave us heads. We're still going down the same path. Good eye. It says it's not acting up. It's doing stuff. All right, we're going to shoot a guy now. Oh, we actually shot him. If we get tails here, we're ending up in the exact same place. Oh, we got heads. All right, our path is changing.
All right.
Okay. Heads. Item number SCP-7000-EX. Titled Awesome Points, TM. Object class explained, formerly Keter Shokma. Special containment procedures. Director Pennant Roofhouse is to be monitored while writing documentation for any and all future anomalies directed by them. Such documents are to then be reviewed extensively prior to publishing and by extension enacting. This document, alongside previous revisions of this document, are to be distributed to personnel in some way working alongside Director Pendant Roofhouse, or personnel who request this document, provided they have level 4 clearance. The official SCP-7000 slot should preferably not be taken by another document, so as to highlight Director Roofhouse's actions. Description: SCP-7000-EX was originally believed to be an omnipotent, omnipresent deific entity that controlled aspects of luck, fortune, probability, opportunity, etc. However, upon investigation, it appeared that there was no evidence supporting this theory, and that all claims supporting it were ultimately unprovable conjecture created or coincidences tied to it by Director Roofhouse. Originally, the containment procedures for SCP-7000-EX were extreme measures dedicated to erasing the concept of luck from human culture, and to arrest grand instances where it would apply, such as sports, betting, 5, and ampersand, and lottery. I don't know what that is.
Guess is as good as mine.
The cost of such measures amounted to approximately $26,520,000, in spite of extremely poor Foundation budget restrictions as a result of various recent events. Ultimately, SCP-7000-EX was proven to be, indisputably, a natural phenomenon lacking any anomalous qualities after an investigation headed by a department not led by Director Roofhouse looked into a sudden, quote, recession of SCP-7000-EX activity. Afterward, it was found that Director Roofhouse held no ill intent with this endeavor, and that it instead was a misunderstanding. Director Roofhouse was, after great debate, permitted to continue working for the Foundation, albeit with additional monitoring, after paying for the cost of this measure out of pocket. Footnote: how they received this monetary amount is unknown. Ending 5 of 8. The sky is falling. Unrelated photograph deemed appropriate for usage here by O5 Command. I assume we're calling Director Roofhouse a clown. So, I'm going to withhold judgment on this until later when I can dig into, like, all of it, because right now it's not enough for me to up or down vote, I guess.
I feel like there was a lot of formatting errors in terms of, like, just sentence structure. There's a lot of run-ons. There were some sentences that felt like they started halfway into the sentence, like, you know, like, the subjects kind of switched around and stuff. So, like, I do think it needs a little bit of workshopping. I'm not going to downvote it, but it's certainly, I don't think that in its current state, it's, you know, it needs some work. That's all I got to say.
Cleanup.
Yeah. I like the whole heads tails thing. There's an interactive kind of like, I wish that there was it was built into the page though. I wish that there was like a little widget or something for the, you know, flipping heads or tails. But the whole going to Google and letting Google pick for you, that's pretty cool. I like that.
Alrighty then. Let's get rid of the coin flip. Let's get rid of that. And now we're back in order.
Correct.
So we're doing Dr. Balthasar's SCP-7776.
I also noticed in that last one, there was a reference to a gun that always jams. I don't know if that was on purpose, but it sounded also like there was a reference to Site 19 in there too, with this like spiral patterns and stuff. It's interesting. I don't know.
Yeah, the spiral
it's just
thing
coincidental.
in that Site 19 article got to me a little bit. I was thinking about that, but just didn't bring it up after.
All right, 7776.
All right, what is our 7776 called?
Good question. And it is the Unwell.
The Unwell.
And Unwell, like well is capitalized too, so it's Unwell.
All right. Warning. The following file is restricted to Site 93 personnel only. Any attempt to access this file without appropriate authorization will be logged and will lead to immediate disciplinary action. Notice from the Site 93 Records and Information Security Administration. Due to the history of SCP-7776, this document has undergone radical changes in order to remain useful and informative. Included are the archive special containment procedures and object description for comparison and archival purposes. Signed, Hector Abruzzi, Director, Site-93, Ryza. Site-93 has its own Ryza. Interesting. Item number.
Take it like a just their liaison or something. You know, like that's their.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Item number SCP-7776, or just 7776. Object class Keter. Special containment procedures. Show archived containment procedures. Oh boy, it's okay. It's not hidden under the box, right? That's clean. Okay, that's a way to do that formatting wise. No more than 200 individuals may be aware of the existence of SCP-7776 at any given time. Should individuals outside of Site-93 learn of SCP-7776, they are to be anesthetized and an investigation into how they learned of it is to be launched. A vast majority of those affected by SCP-7776 have taken residence in the village of Redacted, which has been isolated as a quarantine zone as well as location of Site-93. Site-93 is an appropriately staffed site dedicated to the study and containment of SCP-7776. No ritual activity is to be performed in association with SCP-7776 without explicit written permission and oversight by Site Director Pilecki. Additionally, no personnel above Level 3 clearance may be involved with the management of Site with SCP-7776 without Director Pilecki's written request. Ritual activity may be conducted with SCP-7776 at the discretion of Site Director Pilecki. That's crossed out. Ritual activity is to be performed with SCP-7776 on a monthly basis. That's scratched out. Ritual activity with SCP-776 is to be conducted on an as-needed basis. As Site-93 observes a specially tailored communications outline in order to monitor and minimize communication to the outside, and therefore opportunities for a breach of containment through accidental sharing of SCP-7776's description. Additionally, see Document 93-C, Security Facilities, for an outline of Site-93's perimeter defenses. Personnel who approach Site-93 or request visitation are to be detained and undergo interrogation. Personnel determined to be affected by SCP-7776 may be subject to execution. Notice, these containment procedures are now obsolete. Pictured is the southeastern entrance to the village of Redacted upon discovery of SCP-7776. And so, as part of the unique circumstances regarding SCP-7776's effects, Site-93 acts as a largely independent facility with minimal oversight and contact with the greater Foundation. Communication with the outside is only to be performed by a rotating roster of 3 designated personnel following the sanitization directives found in the attached documentation titled Obscuring Communication. Personnel are prohibited from unregulated recording of images or videos by any means. Permission may be granted for personal photography of special occasions. In order to ensure privacy, Site-93's property has been fitted with several monitored but automated anti-air systems, as well as 3 strategically placed sniper outposts. Personnel not assigned to Site-93 are not permitted within a 10-kilometer radius during travel. Foundation documentation regarding Site-93 is to describe the site in broad terms, specifying that it contains a cognitohazardous object, as well as a general summary of the above communication restrictions. It is also required to broadly describe the above situation regarding anti-air systems and snipers. Knowledge of SCP-7776 must be limited to a maximum of 200 individuals at any given time. Should individuals outside Site-93 learn of SCP-7776, they are to be apprehended, terminated, and an investigation into how they learned of it is to be launched. Site-93 is constructed surrounding and integrated to Redacted, the local village which SCP-7776 is located within. This village operates autonomously, but in partnership with the Foundation in the containment of SCP-7776, observing similar precautions in regards to communication monitoring and maintaining an insular community. 4 agricultural zones are maintained in a previously uninhabited location 18 kilometers from Site-93 to contribute to the diets of Redacted's inhabitants, as part of a comfort and normalcy effort. The use of anomalous technology, and in certain cases other contained objects known to personnel stationed at Site-93, is permitted in the containment of SCP-7776 in lieu of full Foundation support. As such, a dedicated containment facility is maintained on site. Here, anomalies temporarily reassigned to Site-93 or potential sub-anomalies manifested by SCP-7076 and those irreversibly affected by related ritual activity may be contained. In addition, an archive containing the records of SCP-7076, redacted, and the local region previously discovered outside of the area. While the chances of discovery of any more documentation outside Site-93 is extraordinarily low, if any is discovered, it is to be contained here for reference and study. A total of 8 Scranton reality anchors have been placed in the middle perimeter wall surrounding Site-93. See attached materials regarding protocol in the case where the anomaly requires the use of anomalous elements. Extant residents of redacted, footnote, in addition to all on-site D-Class personnel, have been released and provided training by the Foundation to aid in the containment of SCP-7076. A number of these individuals have been granted Level 2 clearance exclusively in regards to SCP-7776 and are to assist in instructing and aiding Site-93 staff in the containment of that specific anomaly. Of note is that the people of redacted and current site personnel have jointly agreed to the prohibition of further children being born into the population. In the event that an unassigned Foundation member is detected approaching Site-93, footnote, or other group of interest operative, they are to be detained regardless of ranking and interrogated to determine the extent of their knowledge concerning SCP-7776. Should they be determined to have fallen under SCP-7776's effects, they are to be integrated into Site-93 staff until further review. Individuals of a Level 4 clearance or higher, regardless of status or standing in the Foundation, affected by SCP-7776 are to be terminated. All staff and affected individuals are to convene in Redacted Town Hall at 9 a.m. daily in order to allow for the reception of the day's ritual dictation. Each ritual must be described in accurate detail before witnesses and recorded for posterity within the on-site network. Should it be determined that the received ritual is not excessively harmful or traumatic, the receiver of the vision may be allowed to undertake the ritual within the following 24 hours if they choose to do so. Should no ritual be undertaken within a period of 19 days, the next ritual must be undertaken as per decree of the on-site ethics committee and directors. Footnote. Referred to as critical date ritual. Failure to complete a critical date ritual is to be severely punished, and incentivizing programs are to be instituted to encourage ritual activity. Staff assigned to Site-93 and the people of Redacted must remain on site until death, with escapees to be apprehended or terminated. As such, Site-93 has been outfitted with various recreational activities, therapeutic, amnestic, and physical therapy suites. A wing of Site-93 is to be maintained for the purpose of providing counseling, palliative care, and medical attention to staff following ritual procedures. Description. Show archive description. SCP-7776 is a specific line of deductive reasoning and associative thinking with cognitohazardous tendencies. The conclusion of a subject's investigation will provide them with knowledge of the existence of a groundwater well, which they will believe to harbor a hostile entity, intelligence, or force within. This groundwater well is situated in an undisclosed location of the high Tatra mountain range, which borders Slovakia and Poland. Cognitohazardous effects have been determined to spread specifically through media directly referencing the well's appearance, or secondary media derived from this. Individuals affected by SCP-7776 feel compelled to participate in hazardous ritual behavior around the well in an effort to appease a hostile presence they believe resides within, and will do so periodically. Such behavior often results in grievous harm toward the participants, frequently via anomalous means, but does not deter further ritual behavior. Should those afflicted by SCP-776 believe a course of action undertaken to prevent a hostile entity emerging from the well to be anomalous, said course of action will become anomalous via the Tulpa effect. Note, this description is incorrect and outdated. See below for details. Now let's get the legit description. SCP-7776 is a groundwater well that exists in the center of Redacted. Footnote. A historically fortified village located in an undisclosed location within the High Tatra Mountains, bordering Slovakia and Poland. Possessing a unique structural composition which does not match the building materials or compositional techniques historically common to its immediate region. It possesses various anomalous qualities, the most immediate of which being cognitohazardous afflictions of one's perception of the well. These effects persist in situ, through audiovisual media, or through one's understanding and familiarity with the well. Cognitohazardous anomalies can become ingrained in an individual who has merely learned about the well's appearance in a complete enough description and does not rely on visual or tactile contact. Afflicted individuals describe that they can perceive a gateway or window at the bottom of the well, which leads to a pocket dimension, cavern, or rarely a, quote, bubble that houses an undefined hostile force. This force, hereby SCP-7776-A, footnote, or Obavana Ovanos, known as the Dreaded One, is described only in an individual's understanding of its apparent intentions and never a physical appearance or assumed nature. Descriptions universally describe the intent to climb the well and enter our reality, as well as an immense cruelty and capacity to enact harm to all life on Earth. This understanding also comes with an understanding that this malice may be repelled through performance of a daily ritual. The well becomes a subject of intense fear, recurrent nightmares, and an aversion towards discussing the anomaly, favoring compulsive self-soothing behaviors and a desire to perform said ritual. Each day at 9:27 p.m., one or more persons affected by SCP-7776 will experience an audiovisual hallucination informing them of a set of ritual behavior to be performed nearby SCP-7776 in order to ensure SCP-776-A will not emerge. Hallucinations are described as visions, often in the religious sense, and are painful to the subject's eyes and teeth. Ow. Rituals are often painful, degrading, or possibly deadly, as well as nonsensical and expensive in both monetary and other senses. Amnestics may remove an individual's affliction by the fear of SCP-776-A, but will not remove the occurrence of these visions. Often visions will reinstate SCP-7776's effect through the mental image of the well imposing itself on the subject. Ritual visions are never identical, though certain trends and themes recur fairly often. Each ritual has incorporated a specific chant into its procedure, referred to here as the standard ritual chant. This chant is not in any known language or dialect, and any meaning it may carry is unknown. Personnel are not spontaneously capable of reciting said chant, but instead feel as if they must attempt it to the best of their ability. After experiencing a vision, afflicted subjects experience a powerful urge to carry out the ritual in order to prevent the ingress of SCP-7776-A into our reality. This urge will gradually fade if actions are not performed within a 24-hour period, though subjects will usually experience individuals additional infrequent visions in following days. The process or criteria to determine which individual or individuals will experience these visions is not known, and is believed to be random. Additional visions will depict increasingly complex and invasive rituals, leading to the mental degradation of subjects through heavy stress. SCP-7776's secondary effects on local reality will also become increasingly pronounced. As such, it is imperative that rituals be carried out as soon as is deemed safe or acceptable in order to minimize complications. Rituals seem to develop according to the number of subjects who share the corresponding visions, as well as the resources available. Complexity and cost scale drastically with group size, and will often introduce elements that call upon great personal or professional costs to specific individuals. This may include emotional tolls, monetary transactions, political influence, and in certain cases, the use of other anomalous items within the reach of the Foundation in order to complete. The scale of a ritual may also demand additional persons being brought in, whether for inclusion in the performance or rarely as a captive audience. It is inconsistent whether the failure of a given ritual may lead to SCP-7776, imposing severe effects on local reality, and reactions from the object do not correspond to ritual scale, complexity, or violence. Failures universally expand SCP-7776's influence, however, and must be avoided. The ambient effects of SCP-7776 are profound, though the area of effect is limited and centered on the well itself. Liquids that pass beyond approximately a meter of SCP-7776's mouth convert into a thick, corrosive fluid. This fluid has been shown to be able to sustain biological function and damage human tissue when removed from SCP-7776 and diluted with 1 part fluid and 8 parts water. Weather patterns in a 17-kilometer radius of Site-93 remain overcast despite anticipated regional weather patterns, with multiple thunderstorms and snowstorms each month year-round. Native wildlife passively maintain a distance approximately 10 kilometers from 7776. Migratory bird populations will pass through this 10-kilometer range, but flight patterns often form spirals or rings, and birds display severe confusion upon landing within the area of effect. No notable effects persist in animals that enter and then leave the area of the influence. Persons residing within SCP-7776's area of effect, example, residents of Redacted and long-term inhabitants assigned by Site-93, may experience anomalous developments. Physical changes such as normally straight hair becoming curly or fingerprints changing into irregular spiral shapes are semi-common effects and do not appear to be hazardous. On occasion, personnel may discover spontaneous dental growth in the palate in a spiral configuration. Several individuals have spontaneously experienced ocular degeneration, with their pupils and irises changing in shape. As Foundation personnel remain in Site-93 for longer, similar alterations are being discovered with increasing frequency. As stated above, nightmares and visual hallucinations are not uncommon in individuals who spend time within SCP-7776's area of effect. The feeling of being watched, audio hallucinations of whispering or distant gibberish, or the feeling of hands and breath upon one's bare skin are reported. These are believed to be connected to SCP-7776 and not the result of natural stress responses. Should no spontaneous visions and therefore no ritual activity occur in the vicinity of SCP-7776 for more than a week or more, the above effects will become far more pronounced and severe. The area of effect will expand outward and other more severe effects may occur. This includes unstable or randomly shifting topography, precipitation composed of viscera, mental fog, mass hysteria, or more. On several occasions, SCP-7776 flooded, with volumes of corrosive fluids and fragmentary fresh human remains ejected from the mouth of the well. During these occasions, humanoid figures composed of mud appeared in the immediate radius of the well, and an extreme increase in the apparent population of aggressive Rattus norvegicus, or common brown rat, appeared within Redacted and Site-93. Excerpt from the Log of Rituals. Access Log. Due to the severity of SCP-7776's reality warp and influence, the performance of the rituals is imperative to not only minimizing these effects, but also in preventing the entry of SCP-776-A into our world. Those who have studied SCP-7776 for an extended period of time, such as those of us at Site-93, the villagers residing in Redacted before the Foundation's arrival, or other groups encountering the anomaly long before, have all noted the sheer randomness presented in the visions detailing the rituals. While the rituals do become more complex, harmful and dangerous as time between rituals grown, many of those interviewed commented on a belief that luck is a significant factor in not only the assignment of visions, but also the content of the rituals. Beyond the universally negative nature of the rituals, the only commonality between them is the requirement to recite a chant in an unknown language. Research to identify this chant remains underway. Date: either March 12th or December 3rd. We'll find out later. That is March 12th, 2003. Persons involved: Senior Researcher John Rollins. Days since last ritual: 8. Completed: yes. Ritual summary: the subject removed all clothing and embedded 17 nails in the sole of each foot and proceeded to use the blood from this action to draw a spiral glyph on his chest. The subject then proceeded to perform a fast jig dance around SCP-7776 whilst repeating the standard ritual chant for 174 minutes until loss of consciousness. Notes: subject was taken for treatment immediately following the ritual and is expected to regain the ability to walk again within 3 months. Date: November 31st, 2010. Persons involved: Jan Noack, Zuzana Noack, Sergeant Mark Albrecht, Dr. Sadie Parker, Tucker Peterson, Private Hayden Samuels. Days since last ritual: 19, so this is a critical one. Completed: yes. Ritual summary: all subjects were required to draw straws, with the individual drawing the shortest straw. Footnote: Tucker Peterson, formerly D7776-443, to flee into the area surrounding Site-93. After a period of 1 hour, the remaining subjects pursued and proceeded to hunt Peterson for 256 minutes before terminating them via gunshot. A cut of meat from the deceased was then prepared and consumed by the remaining subjects. Surviving subjects then carried the body back to Site-93 and deposited it into SCP-7776 after intoning the standard ritual chant. Notes: Psychological counseling was provided to the surviving subjects. Significant unrest was noted in the population of former D-Class personnel due to the deceased's former similar status. All ritual participants were noted to have been directed by their visions to choose a subject to hunt and elected to make this decision in the fairest way possible. Date: August 17, 2008. Persons involved: Dr. Ketonia Svalbo. Day since last ritual: 3. Completed: yes. Ritual summary: Dr. Zalbo collected all photographs and mementos of loved ones outside the site and deposited them within SCP-776 while reciting the standard ritual chant. Note: all deposited items were reported to visibly smolder but remain atop the surface of SCP-776's corrosive liquid for a period of 24 hours until the enactment of the next ritual. Date: May the 3rd, 2000. Persons involved: Site Director Svarog Pilecki. Day since last ritual: 32. Oh, we're beyond the 19-day mark. Completed: no. Ritual summary: Director Pilecki reported receiving a vision detailing himself ordering the retrieval of SCP Redacted from Site Redacted and force-feeding it to SCP-7776's corrosive liquid in large quantities whilst reciting the standard ritual chant before directing its release in the nearest civilian settlement of Redacted. Notes: Director Pilecki resigned command of Site-93 on condition of being rendered ineligible for promotion following Event 7776 Omega. Date: October 13, 2020. Persons involved: Private Grace Porosis. Day since last ritual: 19. Completed: yes, so we have a critical one. Ritual summary: image: ring recovered from 7776. Ritual summary: subject recovered an ornate ring from SCP-7776 and placed it on her left ring finger before reciting a slight variant of the standard ritual chant. The subject then proceeded to consume a sample of SCP-7776's corrosive liquid with no ill effect. Following the ritual, the ring was unable to be removed. Oh my! Did you just marry the horror bride of the demon? Notes: on October 13, 2021, 1 year later, Private Porosis failed to report for guard duty and was later located within her quarters in an excited, catatonic state with numerous semi-human bite wounds on her person. Private Porosis appears unable to vocalize except through sobbing and laughter. Treatment has been unsuccessful. Date: December 25th, 2014, so Christmas time. Persons involved: Jan Nowak, Susanna Nowak, Nina Nowak. Days since last ritual: 18. Completed: no. Ritual summary: Jan and Susanna Nowak experienced a vision describing a ritual to be enacted wherein they were to place their youngest child, Nina Nowak, 7, inside a large sack alongside several stones, recite the standard ritual chant, and deposit the child into SCP-7776. Notes: all subjects were distressed by this vision, but willing to participate in the ritual. Despite the protestations of one Rostek Osendowski, 7, an elder and leader of Redacted prior to the arrival of the Foundation, it was determined by Foundation personnel the ritual was not to be completed. Date: February 23rd, 2021. Persons involved: Tomas Basa. Days since last ritual: 2. Completed: no. Ritual summary: Mr. Basa experienced a vision describing a ritual where he was to retrieve a packet of unknown seeds from within SCP-7776, recite the standard ritual chant, and plant them in specified locations within Site-93's agricultural zone 20 kilometers from SCP-7776. Notes: due to the vision failing to adequately depict the consequences of completing this ritual, it was deemed too great a risk to the survival of the staff. Wrong 2 there. Date: April 28, 2022. Persons involved: Commander Arthur Shepard, Hillevi Companion. Date since last ritual: 1. Completed: yes. Ritual summary: subject consumed an uncooked goat shank, depositing the bone into SCP-7776 when finished. The subject then placed a cover and bedding over SCP-7776, recited the standard ritual chant, and slept for 9 hours over the well. Notes: both subjects have subsequently been observed spending large portions of time together following this ritual. Investigation is underway. Date: September 5th, 2018. Persons involved: Dr. Hank Gardner. Day since last ritual: 13. Completed: yes. Ritual summary: The subject retrieved a knife from SCP-7776 and proceeded to remove porcelain muscle from his upper thigh, recite the standard ritual chant, and consume the removed material. Notes: prompt medical attention was able to ensure minimal damage to the subject's mobility, with a stomach pump administered as soon as was possible. Date: October 27, 2021. Persons involved: Sergeant G. Chulenbold. Day since last ritual: 16. Completed: no. Ritual summary: Sergeant Chulenbold received a vision instructing him to recite the standard ritual chant before utilizing on-site defenses to fire upon civilian air traffic. Notes: all parties unanimously rejected the proposition of enacting this ritual. November 19, 2021. Persons involved: Dr. Gordon redacted. Day since last ritual: 1. Completed: yes. Ritual summary: Dr. Gordon approached SCP-7776 and withdrew a 750 milliliter glass jar from within the well and proceeded to urinate into it while reciting the standard ritual chant. Once the vessel had been filled, Dr. Gordon sealed the jar with its cap and deposited it within the well. Notes: Dr. Gordon reported feelings of humiliation and confusion following the event. Date: December 16, 2007. Persons involved: Dr. Amir Reddy, Private Evelyn Tanner, Jackson Wells, Dr. Max Venturi, Abel Bonart. Day since last ritual: 10. Completed: yes. Ritual summary: all subjects gathered around SCP-7776 drew blood from the left palms and proceeded to draw spiral symbols on one another's foreheads before forming a circle around SCP-7776. The subjects then continually recited the standard ritual chant as they circled SCP-7776 in a clockwise direction for a total of 17 times. All subjects' hands gradually became grafted together over the course of the ritual. Notes: surgery to separate the subject's hands was rapidly undertaken following enactment of the ritual under the guidance of Dr. Reddy over the course of 7 hours and was able to return up to 90% mobility in affected areas. The subjects reported that in spite of understanding the risks of the ritual, they felt obligated to enact it in an effort to prevent larger numbers of site staff from suffering. Discovery. Alright, discovery log. Picture of the well. I like that picture, it's cool. Northern interior wall of Redacted, constructed in the late 14th century. SCP-7776 was discovered by the Foundation in March 2000 after first contact was made with the inhabitants of Redacted. Members of rescue organizations pursuing the wreckage of Flight JQ-7923 reported being fired upon by groups of local civilians in an apparently uninhabited area of the High Tatras Mountains range, including several recognized to be survivors of the disappeared plane. Upon interception by law enforcement, civilian inhabitants of the village were found to be without records or identification, or familiarity with modern technology or computers in general. The Foundation took notice after it became evident that all civilians carried the same warnings regarding the danger in the mountains and the consistency and phrasing across several dozen individuals. Satellite imaging was able to locate the village of Redacted, and remote surveillance was performed until the plane's remains were discovered just over 7 kilometers from the village. Several survivors were identified, and this was the route they took by foot to Redacted. As observation continued, it was believed that the inhabitants were under the effect of an anomalous force and had coerced the survivors of Flight JQ-7923 to participate in rituals and come under the influence of SCP-7776. At this time, no Foundation personnel had become affected by what would later be defined as SCP-7776, so it was theorized that the villagers were the root cause of the anomaly. It was decided that Redacted would be converted into a remote site, and the Foundation operatives were to contain the inhabitants of the village, with the rescue of the airline survivors being a secondary objective. This was dubbed Operation Golden Eagle-A, and was largely successful as per the objectives defined in the mission plans. Despite this, numerous inhabitants of the village were able to flee into the surrounding wilderness. Construction of the site began, and the village's inhabitants were contained for study, along with any survivors of Flight JQ-7923 determined to be affected by SCP-7776. Site 93 personnel then began searching for the escaped villagers, and any Foundation personnel affected by SCP-7776 were instructed to report any symptoms and were administered amnestics, as it was believed that the anomaly was an info-hazard spread by the villagers rather than from what is now known as SCP-7776 today. With no rituals being performed, SCP-7776's reality-altering effects rapidly became increasingly pronounced. As the villagers were thought to be the source of the effect, study into the captured villagers was made the highest priority. Within a week, the entire site personnel body was affected by SCP-7776, and many had begun to call for rituals to be performed. These individuals were contained alongside 62 of Redacted's inhabitants. The following weeks were marked by rising casualties to SCP-7776's effects, with Site Director Savrog Pilecki being forced to order reinforcements from other Foundation sites. By April, SCP-7776 reached a critical point, affecting an area with an irregular radius averaging 80 kilometers and causing catastrophic casualties, resulting in Event 7776 Omega. See Addendum 7776 Omega. Following these events, Site Director Savrog Pilecki established current containment procedures. Materials required to finish construction of SCP-7776 were ordered from the larger Foundation to be delivered to a remote delivery point, and additional resources were sourced from other organizations in an attempt to disguise Site-93's imminent cessation from the Foundation. Upon completion of Site-93, the following message was sent to the O5 Council. A message from Site-93. 4 months ago, 783 souls were sent to contain SCP-7776 in the Frigid Mountains, uprooting their lives and setting an area unknown to the modern world. They left behind families and friends, knowing that by rounding up these dangerous anomalies, they would be keeping the world safe. They were wrong, as was I, and that has led to the deaths of 692 of these brave souls. For the insane ramblings of the people we believed to be so dangerous were not so crazed, and even less dangerous. In fact, they have been doing our job for us for hundreds of years. They tried to warn us of an anomaly we didn't believe in, even as we interrogated them under the misguided belief that they were under the effect of an info-hazardous mindset. All the while, they tried to explain to us the danger that we and the world were in. I am writing to you now to warn you that this threat is very real. SCP-7776 is not an idea guiding individuals toward thaumaturgy and anomalous rituals. Rather, it is the reason these rituals must be performed, and it is the reason that you must not know any more than is absolutely necessary. What we guard at this site has the potential to harm anyone who comes into contact with it, but with a Foundation presence, it has the potential to harm billions through us, including the entire SCP Foundation. That is the reason that as of now, there is no longer an us. Effective immediately, you are to cease monitoring of this site. We have already scrubbed your servers of records relating to SCP-7776 that would be harmful to the Foundation and to you on the Council personally, and have implemented our own remote subset on site. You may contact us at your leisure through this secure line, but be aware that in order to properly contain SCP-7776, we will not be at liberty to disclose any information beyond what you already know. This is for the safety and integrity of the SCP Foundation and the O5 Council, and will not allow you to become compromised. While we mean no harm to any of our sister sites or any Foundation personnel, be warned that we will have no choice but to enforce this parting with lethal force. A 20-kilometer exclusion zone around Site-93 is now in effect, and anyone seen entering this zone will be terminated. This is for the good of all. I do not doubt that you will attempt to reconnect with us, and we have taken measures to prevent this. You will not see the inside of this site, and you will not be compromised by SCP-7776. I am sorry it needed to end it this way. Goodbye. Site Director Savrog Pilecki, Site-93. History of Redacted. Current understanding leads us to believe that Redacted was founded sometime before the year 549 AD. An especially old structure in the southern edge of the village bears Roman iconography warning of plague within the town. Footnote: consistent with similar artifacts found from period of Justinian's plague, a bubonic plague outbreak that spread across much of Europe between 541 and 549 AD. In 1379, Pope Urban VI and King Louis I of Hungary, which then incorporated Slovakia, ordered the village purged of its population for as of yet unclear reasons. Despite its isolation, Redacted has historically been self-sufficient. The primary mundane issue with the town has historically suffered is inbreeding as a result of its natural isolation, with new arrivals often being lost hikers, plane crash survivors, or other lost individuals. As a result of this, the town's culture has a cosmopolitan nature, incorporating elements of new arrivals' cultures. On 2 occasions, individuals have discovered forgotten records indicating SCP-7776's existence and become afflicted with its mental effect, and come to Redacted through great personal expense. The archives where these records were discovered have been since acquired, filtered, and replaced. Among residents, SCP-7776 is reviled and described as the door to Obana Obanost. Footnote, the dreaded one. A description of the malicious force as an apocalyptic figure. As such, the performing of rituals to prevent this is seen as a shared responsibility among all residents of the village. Residents are tasked with chores and work 6 days a week and maintain close multi-generational bonds, as well as a culture of mutual aid to ensure every member is supported. The town's religion is nominally Catholic, though with a blend of Eastern Orthodox and regional Christian traditions as well. Of note are 12 suits of armor displayed within the central church, each bearing the coat of arms of the Confraternity of St. George's Knights, which is a link to Gruppi di Interesti from International Wiki. Residents of the town attribute these as belonging to a group of saviors from the Middle Ages. Many homes within the village have a space dedicated to altars believed to be a corruption of Catholic shrines, with residents describing them as aiding in the containment of SCP-7776. It is unknown if this claim is accurate, and research into a belief-based effect on SCP-7776 is ongoing. Many residents of Redacted display physiological and psychological abnormalities. It is believed that this is due not only to long-term effects of inbreeding and exposure to SCP-7776, but also the cultural and mental coping mechanisms required to inhabit such a remote, stressful environment. Long-term residents have displayed higher than usual pain tolerance, stress thresholds, and individualism than seen outside of Redacted, in addition to the occasional manifestation of low-level reality warping abilities, usually minor telekinesis. Individuals born in the town have a higher rate of congenital conditions such as heterochromia, albinism, arachnodactyly, and acromegaly. Following Event 7776 Omega and the completion of Site-93, Foundation personnel have largely been accepted by the inhabitants of Redacted. Foundation technology and infrastructure has greatly benefited the population with the introduction of electricity, modern medical technology, agricultural technology, manufacturing, and construction. It is hoped that combination of the Foundation's expertise in containment and the local population's long-standing traditions and knowledge surrounding SCP-7776 may aid in the anomaly's long-term containment and harm reduction in regards to its harmful effects on the afflicted. Whew, this is a monster. Darius Seberi interview, October 19, 2003. File photo of Darius Seberi, circa 2006. A roguishly handsome man with a funny eye. With a golden eye. Interview, Darius Seberi, interviewer Dr. James Okello. Forward, following the integration of Redacted's population into Site-93, Mr. Seberi has offered to explain aspects of the town's culture, history, and relationship with SCP-7776. You want to be, the Darius? Are you mate?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'll be
cool.
Darius, yeah.
Sweet. Thank you for offering your time to us, Mr. Seberi. It's appreciated.
Not at all. If you are going to be staying here, it's important for you to know our ways. A lot of have been here longer than me or were even born here, so they're pretty set in their ways.
So you were not born here then?
Well, that's just jumping straight into it. Didn't even give me a chance to light my smoke.
Mr. Seberi proceeds to roll and light a cigarette as he talks.
Want one?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good. I was only offering to be polite. And no, I wasn't born here. I was some tourist. I wanted to see the wild animals. Really wild, you know? From the virgin forests, not on the back of a truck on a safari. Trekked up from Redacted. Had my camera, tent, provisions and all. I've been out here for weeks photographing a pack of wolves. Real wolves. Not those hair-covered half-dog city folk call wolves. And before you knew it, there were no animals anywhere anymore.
What do you mean?
I mean, there was nothing. No tracks, no sound, no smell. It was like a world where only plants existed. Of course, I knew it was because they were smaller than me. They were afraid of the well, and I hadn't a clue.
We have observed that.
Yes, most noticed that at first. Next thing I noticed was Serge, an Azerbaijani, pointing a gun at me and screaming something or other. I had no clue. but I knew there was no cover behind me, so I ran through him. I wasn't about to get shot, and I figured there were better places to hide behind him. Fool I was.
You didn't know then.
What I do now, he chased me trying to save my life, took me seeing the well, and I kept running. He didn't even have any bullets, and I found out later. Too late, my life was already over. I'd seen the well over a hill, and I felt like it had been kicked by a mule. The fear always worse when you see it for the first time.
I remember my first time, yes. What happened when you entered the village?
They seemed sad. They felt bad for me. I was put in a room and everyone talked to me until someone spoke Iranian. Then they explained where I was, and I couldn't leave, and what would happen. I panicked, tried to run, but there were dozens of them, and I was tied to a board. It stayed that way until my first vision, and then I understood. There was no leaving. It was my job now to make sure Obavana Ahavnost, I think that's not right, but it's fine, never comes out of that well.
That's quite a change in attitude. How long did that take?
More than a week, less than 2. What helped is the kindness I was shown. My wailing and crying were not scorned, but met with sympathy. I think they had been the savages I believed them to be, and may have taken my own life.
I see. Well, thank you for your honesty.
Welcome.
So what can you tell me of the culture here?
Everything centers around the well. It's our duty to keep Obavana Ahavnost trapped down there, and we do everything we can in service of that duty. In fact, many here think you do not take this duty seriously enough.
How so?
They think you wait too long between rituals. Before you came, it was never longer than 3 days between them.
And the psychological toll of such frequent rituals? Mr. Saberi shrugs.
You get used to it.
I see. We'll take that under advisement.
Mm-hmm. Besides, you see how we look after one another. The dances, plays. I met my wife here because we are open and tender. Our hearts must be open to joy and truth rather than steeled against the good and the bad.
I can see the virtue in that. Is that why religion is so important to your people?
Our people. And yes, we take our comfort where we can get it. Those of us who were born here even say that the church was built by heroes from faraway land. It gives us hope, especially since it's true.
It is.
That's one of the reasons I wanted to talk to you.
Mr. Saberi produces a timber chest from his rucksack and passes it to Dr. Okello.
These are letters from the heroes. They'll explain about the church and about the walls.
I see. I'll be sure our researchers get these. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Before I go, there is one other thing I need to ask. In all of our research, we have not been able to understand how we receive the rituals. If Obavana Ovanost is so powerful and dreadful, it seems odd that we would simply be presented with the opportunity to stop it daily. Why do we receive them? Is there any reason taught here? Anything at all?
Now that's the age-old question, isn't it? Some of the old-timers when I first came here used to talk about some legendary figure that fought Obavana Ovanost, forced us into a well and cursed it to be bound by the rituals. I think that's crap. So do most of us. The prevailing theory is that it's a defense mechanism of the universe or ordained by God, you know? It's adapted to things trying to get in its way. But that doesn't feel right to me either.
What feels right to you then? Surely not the theory that the rituals are a game it plays.
No, that's horseshit. If it were a game, it wouldn't be so hard. It wouldn't try so hard to win. It would just win. I think it's all just random chance. Luck.
Luck?
Yeah, luck. No one ever asks why vampires need permission to enter a building. They just need it. Lucky. Same thing here. We just got lucky that the thing in the well needs us to fail if it wants us to get in. That's all. No more or less.
That's certainly an interesting theory, Mr. Saberi. It may well be the case, but we prefer to know things for certain.
Good luck with that.
End log. Closing statement. Examination of the box and its contents provided by Mr. Saberi proved to be enlightening as to elements of Redacted's history regarding its absence from maps and general knowledge. In addition to medieval-era holy artifacts, the box contained copies of letters sent from a knight of the Confraternity of St. George's Knights, addressed to a superior at the Vatican in the late 14th century. Documentation: Dragomari Underat, CCSG. Your Eminence, Cardinal Tebaldeshi. Despite this most terrible winter, we have at last found this cursed hamlet, and indeed the king was most wise to beseech his holiness for aid. King is a footnote of King Louis I of Hungary, which then incorporated present-day Slovakia and Poland. 11 is Pope Urban VI. Footnote 11 is Pope Urban VI. Not yet 2 days have passed, and already we have witnessed most terrible unholy rites performed. It is our belief that surely this is why the plague refused to touch this place. We have taken the settlement with little difficulty, for they possess no walls or militia, and have placed many of the pagans in irons for questioning. They of course deceive and blaspheme with their every breath. They claim to be godly people, yet only 4 are able to recite a simple Hail Mary. I regret to inform you that despite our swift occupation of the hamlet, many pagans did escape into the forest. Brother Kabani is confident they will be carried off by wolves and cold, but there have been no sight or sound of any game for days now. Rest assured, our sorties will hunt them down and bring them to holy justice. For now, we shall put any who refuse to take the cross to the sword. Yours in Christ, Dragomari Andrat, Knight Commander. Next letter. Your Eminence, Cardinal Tebaldeshi. It is with heavy heart that I must inform you that our hunt for the pagans has been plagued by failure and misfortune. While my men are great and formidable knights, these pagans hide and use foul sorcery to hinder us. These woods are thick, and with the terrain too difficult for our horses. Even in the light of the sun, it can be hard as moonless night in the deep woods, and they know this. It can be dark as a moonless night. At least we may thank the grace of God that no wolves or bears trouble us here. I believe they are afraid of what the heathens have done to this place, for the only beasts we see here are scabrous rats and the birds whose passing overhead seems to be my eyes twisted and ungodly. Even such pure creatures as they are not safe from this evil. What's more is that the pagans steal into the hamlet past our watch to put spells and curses on us in the night. With each passing day, their toll weighs ever heavier on our hearts. The foul well is clearly a great and terrible source of their magic, and has become a most frightful thing to behold. Daily we are plagued with terrible visions of this demonic anomaly, footnoted. And our attempts to destroy it are met with no avail. Even black powder, battering ram, and catapult fail to leave so much as a scratch. I fear that these pagans may take many months to root out, and as their spells continue to take their toll, it will only become all the more tiresome. Already we have lost 7 brothers to these foul magics, but we have driven off each attempt by the pagans to reach their well. Brothers Fiore, Lancia, Caracciolo, and Palude simply sank into the ground itself as if they were not there. Those we have captive claim to detest the well as much as we, but offer only taunts in reply to questioning, claiming that we must engage in their sorcery to save ourselves. If I might speak frankly, Your Eminence, this business troubles me to my very soul. While I must present as bold and unbothered by the events around me for the sake of the men, I have never seen such a diable anomaly as this. The visions with which it plagues us are so vile, but also of a nature that could not be known to any but oneself and the Lord. On the Sabbath I was plagued with a vision wherein I took my blade and cleaved Brother Ferruccio open, only to seal Brother Enzo within him and needle and thread. How can this be? Long I have feared such a fate, as my father warned would befall me should I stray from my task when I was but a boy. But not to a single soul have I confessed this. No diabole anomaly I have faced has known of this weakness before. So why does this? I shall report on progress when it comes, though I expect it shall be slow. God be with us. Yours in Christ, Dragomari Andrat, Knight Commander. Next letter. Your Eminence, Cardinal Tebaldeshi. We have been fools. Even as the heavens rain blood upon us, and the very earth has swallowed knight and pagan with no discernition, we have remained steadfast in our mission. All but myself and 18 others have survived this place. We are cut off now. A horde of vermin encircles the hamlet and mercilessly consume any who stray too close. Even Plate stands no chance, as Brother Nicholas so awfully demonstrated. The earth at times births blasphemous deformities of mud and timbers that stalk the night, impaling those unfortunate to be in their paths upon themselves like macabre pennons. We dare not trust our own eyes, for we are plagued with fleeting visions of demons moving within the walls themselves. How we share these delusions I cannot say, but to believe them to be true seems almost worse than to not trust thine own eyes. The very earth beneath our feet is more akin to a battlefield than mud and sod, having turned to fetid meat that mingles with the mud underfoot. I have taken those of us left to the center of the village, around the Diobole anomaly, and have erected defenses. Among us are the remaining pagans, who while lacking in skill at arms possess great conviction and fortitude. I am ashamed to say that I have been uncharitable in my assessment of these people. Godless though they are, they have proven to be willing converts. Indeed, many take strength from the Lord's grace, and have joined us at prayer. Conversing with them openly has taught me that these people were pagans not by choice, but by happenstance. They have fallen prey to a terrible demon that makes his home within the well here, and have taken it upon themselves to keep it sealed within, lest it emerge and spread its corruption elsewhere. The visions that have hounded us are in fact the key to salvation, for they are the weapon used to combat this demon. The visions appear nightly now, more terrible with each passing day. The earth heaves like the belly of a pregnant mother, and it has been 4 days since we last glimpsed the sun. This can only mean the demon draws ever nearer, and it is clear what we must do. We have attempted to vanquish this evil by all of our means, exhausting our holy water and spirits to no avail. All that is left is to heed the visions and pray that it is God's will, for I know not what else we can do. I draw strength from the knowledge that only the Lord sees men's hearts, and perhaps that means our visions have been his will. Lord help us. Yours in Christ, Dragomari Andrat, Knight Commander. Your Eminence Cardinal Tebadishi, it is done. 3 nights ago we performed a most horrible rite to drive the demon back into its lair, but now only 12 of us remain. We have paid a terrible price, but order has been restored. Gone are the rats and blood, and I can think clearly once more. But our rite was not enough. Still we are granted vision from the Lord. It is clear we must remain here to guard this place. No weapon has proven capable of destroying the well, and I fear that any who gaze upon it shall be ensnared just as we have. I am sorry to say that we have failed in our mission. All that is left now is to ensure that this cursed place cannot take more souls. It is my proposal that redacted is to be forgotten. Every map, every text, every scrap of knowledge is to be erased from the world, so that none may come and be ensnared by this burden. We survivors shall fortify the town for this very purpose, and shall require resupply to do so. Any who stray too close may be turned away by force, so the demon's influence may stretch no further than it already has. Once our work is done, and the fortifications built, we shall remain and serve out our days in opposition to this foul well. While we may have failed to destroy it thus far, I am confident that in time the strength shall be granted us to shatter our adversary, for surely with its destruction so too shall come that of the demon. I pray that someday we may succeed. I am also pleased to bring tidings of the villagers here. All have accepted the Lord into their hearts, and they yearn with their hearts for a house of God to be built in this place. Surely this is a sign that what I propose is just. Yours increased, Dragomari Andrat, Knight Commander. Addendum 7776-1 Log of Anomalous Phenomena and Artifacts. The following tables have been compiled as a means of recording notable events and artifacts believed to be related to SCP-7776 and SCP-7776-A. It is hoped that through the cataloging of this information that these anomalies will be better understood. For the sake of brevity, only particularly noteworthy examples are recorded here. For full tables, please see document 7776-tables-168 through 283-AP. Ooh. Okay. Table of artifacts. Designation. Village paths. Location Site 93. Description. Thoroughfares and walkways within the walls of the villages are constructed with cobblestones or timber plants in the earth, connecting all areas of the village. Notes, paths will occasionally shift in clockwise direction, often redirecting an individual's path towards SCP-7776. Mural WHA-2. Location, interior wall of a hut basement. Description, a painted mural depicting various figures of semi-humanoid and draconic natures within a black and red void beneath a circular light source. Notes, when asked about the origin of the mural, villagers reported its painter having entered SCP-7776 several years prior. Designation, document 7776-218. Location, the village church. Description, a leather-bound book with numerous pages detailing previously enacted rituals prior to Foundation intervention dating back to 1982. Notes, no ritual in this book was ever seen to be repeated. Designation, supply depot, location Site 93. Description, a dilapidated building used as a supply depot prior to the arrival of Foundation. Contents include remnants of several different aircraft and items carried by missing persons. Note, several items are consistent with field gear utilized by various groups of interest in the mid-1960s. Designation, Armet-1. Location, SCP-7776. Description, a corroded 15th century Milanese armet fused with the remnants of a human skull. Footnote, an armet, a 15th century combat helm used by heavily armored soldiers and knights. Notes, the helm appears to bisect the skull, with only the right-hand side of the skull remaining on the inside of the helmet. Ouch. Description, funerary site. Location, 38 kilometers from Site 93. Description, a 4x2 by 0.6 meter stone slab with a forest clearing. Within a forest clearing. Notes, used for funerary rites by residents of the area prior to Foundation involvement. Designation, gym equipment B9. Site, location, Site 93 Gymnasium. Description, a standard 20 kilogram Olympic barbell bent into a spiral shape. Notes, barbell was straightened and returned to the gymnasium. Description, severed appendage 8. Location, SCP-7776. Description, the left arm of an adult male. Notes, identified as belonging to Agent Lee, having been lost in a ritual the previous year. Item, idol statuette G3, location village antechamber. Description, a 73 by 43 by 32 centimeter statuette depicting a 6-armed skeletal humanoid crucified upon a spiral glyph, constructed from an unknown black stone material. Notes, persons within a 10-meter radius of the item report feelings of unease and being watched. Object, coat of arms 1 through 10, or 1-10, whatever. Location, supply depot. Description, a collection of 10 flags bearing a spiral glyph. Notes, reported to be multiple attempts to display the coat of arms of the CCSG, but changed over time to form a spiral shape. Object, equine remains. Location, SCP-7776. Description, a heavily altered skeletal structure of a horse. Reassembly showed it to possess numerous humanoid arms emerging from its neck, carnivorous dentition, and a disproportionately long tail. Notes, following reassembly, older residents of Redacted identified it as the remains of a mule altered during a ritual event. Object, sword A. Location, village church. Description, an unusually large single-handed iron migration period sword inlaid with bronze measuring 88 centimeters in length. Displays corrosion on parts of the blade, but none of the deterioration present in blades of similar age. Notes, oral tradition asserts this blade was used by an unnamed heroic figure to seal SCP-7776-A within SCP-7776. Research is pending. Object, bench 3, location, Site 93 courtyard. Description, standard Foundation issue bench seating. Notes, rotated 30 degrees over a period of 6 years. Rotation will cause it to face SCP-7776 within 12 years. Object, tattoo FA2. Location, Agent West, shoulder. Description, spiral glyph tattoo detailed to appear as being made with numerous small cuts. Notes replace the previous tattoo of Agent West's daughter over a period of years. Addendum 777. Oh no, there's more to this thing. I gotta go back up. Table of events and phenomena. God, it's about the same length. Here we go again. Event type, date, description of event, and notes. Event type, transfiguration, date, numerous. Description of event, the contents of site meals such as stews, soups, unbroken eggs, and puddings were converted into the same corrosive material found in 7776. Notes, on one occasion, soup already consumed was converted in this fashion, leading to the affected party requiring life-saving surgery. Event type, wildlife, date, numerous. Description of event, flocking birds passing over SCP-7076's area of effect were observed frequently form unusual spiral-shaped aerial formations. Notes, no avian life has been observed to willingly land within SCP-7776's area of effect. Event type, psychological, date, September 1st, 2008. Description of event, junior researcher Dow's reported experiencing a nightmare where she was pulled into SCP-7776 by a monster with numerous hands before physically changing into a similar form themselves. Notes, a prescription for sleep aid medication was granted to junior researcher Dow's. Event type, wildlife, date, October 19, 2011. Numerous heavily mutated rats emerged from 7076 and experienced what appeared to be severe seizures before dying. In addition to numerous tumors, the rats were observed to have several or multiple extraneous limbs and partially formed additional heads. Psychological event, on January 9, 2009, Philip LaPointe experienced a nightmare in which a vaguely draconic entity emerged from 7776 and recited his mother's address. Queries into LaPointe's mother's well-being have shown that she is not in danger or under the effect of any anomaly. Psychological event, July 23, 2022. Director Savrog Pilecki reported experiencing a nightmare in which he was attempting to rescue former director Eliza Nemeth from a black whirlpool, but being unable to stop her from being dismembered and submerged. Director Pilecki has reported experiencing this nightmare multiple times. Spatial anomaly, August 12, 2007. Following a series of failed rituals, Site-93 experienced a spatial shift, causing various areas of the site to briefly simultaneously exist in the same space. Structural damages caused by this shift were repaired in a period of 5 days. Casualties were minimal. Spatial anomaly, August 12, 2007 again. Same thing. Am I reading this wrong? That's the same date. During an on-site spatial shift recalling from Agents Vance and Dr. Okay, yeah, this is different. During an on-site spatial shift resulting from consecutive ritual failures, Agent Redacted Vance and Dr. Redacted Vance were non-fatally fused together. Research into methods to safely separate the pair is ongoing. Psychological event, July 17, 2022. Agent Bethunzi Degwane reported that Agent Hector Mason no longer recalled having met or known him despite the pair working together for over 8 years. Agent Mason did not experience memory loss in regards to any other persons. Agent Nagawe is undergoing counseling as a result. Psychological event, March 26, 2018. A group of 8 on-site personnel experienced a collective psychotic break following prolonged failure to enact ritual behavior and proceeded to use sewing supplies to conjoin one another within an on-site hub sub-basement. All involved persons were successfully separated and treated for their injuries. All involved returned to lucidity following the performance of a ritual. Transfiguration event, July 3rd, 2010. Agent James Gilmore reported that the water in his canteen had been converted to blood. Testing showed that the blood belonged to Agent Gilmore. Psychological event, numerous dates. After a period of 10 to 15 days of no ritual activity, hallucinations of a skeletal humanoid entity within the walls of Site-93 are reported. Auditory hallucinations associated with this are common, though to date no specific sounds can be determined. All individuals experiencing these hallucinations have reported feelings of being watched for extended periods of time afterwards. Personal phenomena, October 30th, 2005. Following a ritual requiring former villager Anne de Petrie to physically enter SCP-7776, de Petrie has survived a period of blank months despite the loss of over 98% of her body. While on-site ethics committee personnel advocated for euthanasia, de Petrie and various longtime residents rejected the proposal. Psychological event, November 5th, 2013. Dr. Owen Chen reported having a nightmare where a humanoid entity emerged from SCP-7076, resulting in an unspecified K-class scenario. Dr. Chen refused the opportunity to use sleep aids following the event in an effort to learn more about SCP-7776. Addendum 7776-2. Reconstruction of events. Event 7776 Omega. Prior to current containment procedures, Site-93 was primarily situated outside of Redacted's walls as a small subterranean facility. The working theory was that a mimetic cognitohazard affected local citizenry, which would inflict mass hysteria. It was also believed that ritual behavior was the trigger for the disruptions to baseline reality. For a period of time after the initial establishment of 7776, villagers were held in containment and procedures were designed to suppress ritual effects. The primary goal at the time was to suppress and cure the then thought to be delusional effects evident in their behavior. This led to a 37-day period of time where no rituals to contain 7776-A were performed. Witness testimony, surviving security and body camera footage, and examination of the area have been used to reconstruct the events below. This period of 37 days saw an increasing instability in local reality centered on 7776, as well as the increased distress in villagers' well-being in response to the Foundation's prevention of ritual behavior. This was believed to be a symptom of the villagers' distress over being unable to perform ritual behavior, and their given explanations of the true nature of SCP-7776 continued to be rejected by on-site personnel. As effects became more extreme, the site suffered increasingly heavy losses. Within 15 days, all personnel on site became affected by the cognitohazardous effect. Then Director Dr. Eliza Nemeth shifted priorities from containment of personnel and cognitohazardous behavior towards putting significant Foundation resources into ritual activity. Due to the extensive resources available to Level 4 personnel, rituals prescribed by Visions were extensive and massively draining, demanding 6 to 7 figure financial commitments, political demands, and massive personnel requirements. Consequently, Site Director Savrog Pilecki was forced to request additional staff from the nearest site to compensate for the increasing nature of casualties caused by 7776 disruption of baseline reality and the present staff. Contact with Site-93 was lost shortly thereafter. Days after Director Pilecki's request, a 4-man survey team was dispatched from Site-120 to determine the severity of the situation and ascertain the resources and manpower required to resume normal operations in the area. Due to severe snowstorms, air travel was deemed impossible, and the team was forced to wait until the 4th of May for conditions to improve. A lack of roads or trails combined with the mountainous terrain of the area necessitated the use of all-terrain vehicles for the final approach to the site, whereupon it was discovered that SCP-7776's effect on local reality had reached catastrophic levels. Secure Survey Team Body Camera Log Alpha. Date, May the 4th. Be with you, 2000. Note, only partial sections of footage remain. All portions have been included during their relevant times. Begin log. 6:43 p.m. Camera's field of view displays the front of Survey Agent Redacted's ST Alpha ATV traveling through a thick forest and approaching a break in the tree line. The ATV continues for approximately 60 meters before coming to a stop.
I can do ST Alpha's voice. No problem. I don't mind helping out.
Say again?
I don't mind helping out. I'll do ST Alpha's voice for you.
Oh yeah. Does he have lines further on? Because he only has one here.
No, he's just the one.
Okay. That's all right. I have determined that this article is my nemesis, and so that's why I'm going at it so fervently.
Fair enough. The next 2 are pretty long too. You got our work cut out.
All right. Well, you definitely have the next one. Oh God. The survey team members also stop and frame to dismount their vehicles at 6:46 p.m. The camera repositions as ST Alpha dismounts the vehicle and turns to show the top of a rocky outcoming overlooking a forested valley, with both Site-93 and Redacted located centrally at a distance of approximately 30 kilometers. The hill beneath Redacted is observed to have raised significantly and visibly pulsates in a slow rhythm. Many details are obscured by a heavy downpour of red liquid over the area, and several stationary structures, superficially resembling the tree roots, can be seen descending from the cloud cover over both the village and Site-93. Numerous spatial reality shifts can be seen affecting the village, causing various structures to briefly occupy the same space simultaneously before returning to their previous locations, with materials partially fusing together as a result. Team remained silent for an extended period of time as they observe. 6:51 p.m. Ugh. Jesus Christ. Me too, buddy. Me too. End log. Initial approach was hampered by 7776's effects. Rainfall composed of blood had turned the ground to a bog, forcing the abandonment of the team's vehicles. Geometric anomalies also were reported, though avoided. As a result, the team circled the site several times before achieving entry. They had to do a spirally thing, hence the motif, where they found the site to be running on emergency generators and unmanned. Numerous tracks were reported emerging from Site 93 toward the village, but it was determined that the site be investigated prior to the town. Investigation into the site revealed that the containment wing had suffered numerous breaches, though the majority of its occupants remained in their cells. Inhabitants of the containment wing were segregated into different wards composed entirely of redacted's inhabitants or of affected Foundation personnel. A large portion of those secured within their cells had entered into psychotic or catatonic states due to 7776's effects. Some had become partially fused with the walls and ceilings of the cells, with most apparently being victims of spatial positioning shifts, and 2 others seeming to, quote, melt. Civilians remained largely catatonic or non-hostile, but a small number of affected Foundation personnel proved aggressive and made attempts to assault the team. While the team was largely able to avoid confrontation with the afflicted individuals, they were forced to engage a pair of conjoined Foundation staff members, resulting in the deaths of both members and survey agent redacted. Interior Site 93's administrative wing, East Corridor, is pictured. Of those Foundation personnel contained within Site 93, 17 individuals, including Dr. Nemeth, proved to be lucid, though under the effect of 7776. These individuals were released from their cells by the survey team, where they explained that the worsening of SCP-7000's effects, faulty line break, had disrupted the site's communications, and that the Foundation's current understanding of the anomaly was entirely incorrect. When questioned about the status of the remaining Foundation staff, Dr. Nemeth explained that the worsened effects of the anomaly had caused them to experience windows of insanity or complete catatonia, and that they had last been observed heading towards 7776. Following a debriefing from the remaining lucid Foundation staff on the true nature of 7776 and the necessity of performing rituals to properly contain it, it was determined that a ritual was to be conducted over 7776 in order to avert a potential K-class scenario. The survey team aided the site survivors in restraining redacted number of individuals from various containment cells and in gathering supplies needed to perform the ritual and to reach 7776 safely. Once properly outfitted, the group proceeded to exit the site and approach the village by standard transport. Woo! As the group approached the village, large numbers of rats were encountered swarming the area. This, combined with the steep incline of the terrain, deep mud, and poor visibility as a result of blood coating the vehicle's windscreen, caused progress to slow significantly. Approximately 200 meters from the southern gate of the village, both vehicles became stranded during travel as rats entered the exhaust and engine bays and caused obstructions to engine components. Flame suppression units were used to clear a path for the group to safely exit the vehicle and approach the village. The approach was slow as flame units were required to continuously fend off attack from rats, which displayed extreme aggression and no regard for their own safety, often charging suicidally into the flames in an effort to harm the group. Despite the onslaught of rats, particularly during passage through the gatehouse, the group successfully entered the village, suffering only superficial injuries. Within the village, the presence of rats was much reduced. Local reality within the village appeared more heavily affected by 7776 than the surrounding area, with multiple structures seen intersecting and fusing together at random, and geometric anomalies or gravity anomalies present. Numerous Foundation personnel were sighted within the village, slowly moving throughout the area in a counterclockwise route, in hysterical states and frequently clawing at their own and each other's faces. Attempts to communicate with these individuals were unsuccessful, with the affected persons ignoring outside stimuli and incessantly shouting incomprehensibly. Evidence of incomplete corpses previously consumed by rats were present close to the point of entry. Survey Team Body Camera Log Alpha, May the 4th, 2000. Note, only partial sections of footage remain. All portions have been included during their relevant times. Beginning log. 7:53 p.m. Camera's field of view displays the interior of redacted. Visibility is poor due to a downpour of blood emerging from the clouds overhead. though intermittently improved by bursts of flame being used to disperse groups of rats. The rats can be seen crawling over various structures in huge numbers, and several Foundation staff are in frame babbling incomprehensibly. 7:59 p.m., large root-like structures can be seen hanging from the cloud cover overhead, appearing to be composed of fungal-coated porous stone. Sections of these structures can be seen breaking away and falling to the ground throughout the recording. 8:09 p.m. As the group moves through the village, a significant earth tremor rocks the area, forcing the group to stop and Survey Team Alpha to fall to the ground. From this angle, a spatial shift can be observed affecting a small courtyard in front of a building. 8:12 p.m. 2 trees and 7 Foundation personnel can be seen to visibly flicker, appearing to repeatedly share the same space in the center of the courtyard before returning to their original positions. 8:14 p.m., the earth tremor subsides, the spatial event eases, resulting in both trees and 6 of the individuals caught in the event becoming fused together, with undifferentiated human bodies having been stretched and torn by the spatial shift to match the form of the trees. While most of these individuals were observed to have died immediately, one individual can be seen to have only partially fused to the tree, remaining semi-mobile suspended from the trunk at a height of approximately 3 meters. Footnote identified as Dr. Blank Parker. This camera looks away. 8:15 p.m., there is the sound of a firearm discharging 4 times rapidly. KIA. Following the central path of the village, the group continued toward 7776 over the course of 20 minutes. Flame units saw continuous use, fending off groups of rats and hostile humans devoid of reason, with one individual in particular having to be terminated with small arms fire while attempting to assault Dr. Nemeth with a bear trap. As the group approached SCP-7776 in the center of Redacted, progress once more slowed due to difficult terrain. Spatial shifts had rendered multiple routes of access impassable due to destructive spaces, vacuum, or gravity anomalies, and flooding from 7776 introduced caustic mud to the route. Remaining survey team members were noted to have entered into a state of panic upon visual confirmation of 7776, halting progress as established Site 93 personnel calmed them. At a distance of 60 meters, a ground tremor shook the area, driving the investigation to take shelter against a civilian structure's stone walls. Footnote noted to have been the village smith shop. 7776 proceeded to release copious amounts of caustic fluid with a thick and extremely dark appearance, along with the deceased and nude bodies of Blank Colette, Blank Grundy, and Blank Alexander. These agents had previously passed away on site and had been cremated. Each cadaver was observed to have broken jaws and damaged limb joints and eyes. Prior to the earth tremor subsiding, a large portion of fungal-coated porous stone detached from one of the aerial structures above the area and landed within the town square, adjacent to SCP-7776. Later, inspection of the stone showed it to have been composed of a similar material to 7776 itself, previously having been locally common granite. The force of this impact caused the bodies emerging from 7776 to be swept into a mass of mud and debris against the wall opposite the group. Survey team camera body cam footage. Same day. Only partial sections of footage remain. All portions have been included during the relevant times. Begin log. 8:27 p.m. The field of view is initially obscured by Agent Gavin Redacted, but moves to show a wave of mud, timber, and stone debris, and the corpses disinterred from 7776, because you do not recognize the bodies in the acid, I guess. Impact a wall approximately 6 meters from Survey Team Alpha. The footage shakes in time with the earth tremor and is lit by a gout of flame off camera as Survey Team Alpha rises to his feet. 7776 can momentarily be seen in the background atop a hill with the village walls behind it. The camera turns as Survey Team Alpha helps research assistant James Thompson to his feet. 8:28, Survey Team Beta is then seen rushing into the frame and discharging her flame suppression unit in the direction of the mudslide. Alpha turns rapidly, bringing his own weapon to bear as a mass of mud, timber debris, and the corpses from 7776 approaches, gradually taking on a vaguely infantile humanoid form approximately 4 meters tall. Dr. Nemeth can be heard directing the group into the smithy, shortly followed by muffled screams from within. 8:31 p.m. The mud entity approaches the group, swinging an appendage of iron. Okay. The mud entity approaches the group, swinging an appendage and visibly knocking Alpha's weapon from his hands, impaling itself on a length of iron. Alpha can be seen retreating to the smithy, with the entity in pursuit. At this point, the bodies of Redacted Alexander and Redacted Colette can clearly be seen in the center mass of the entity. Eyes are absent and mouths appear locked out, open, with green vapor and fluid flowing freely from the orifices and other wounds. The camera rapidly turns as Alpha enters the smithy, Beta closing and bolting the door behind him. This is 1800 hours, 14 minutes. What? It goes from PM to 18. I guess it took a day? Or, I don't know, typo, probably. The interior of the smithy is lit as Agent Gavin Redacted directs small arms fire toward a large, flailing mass of rats in the corner of the room, causing many of them to scatter. The partially consumed form of Assistant Director Redacted can briefly be seen beneath the rats, moving much of the flesh of his arms, back, and thigh visibly having consumed, leaving bone visible in places. End log. Pictured is the junction in Redacted's back alleys leading towards the village warehouses. After treating minor injuries suffered during the quake, the group proceeded to circle behind several buildings, seeking a route to safely traverse to approach 7776. Mud entities appeared at this point to pursue the group, hampering traversal of terrain. Their movements were slow, but the presence of the entities posed a complication. It was determined that the best course of action would be to approach 7776 from the north and to set more severely injured parties to a shed-type structure atop a hill closer to the anomaly, where preparations would be made before performing the prescribed ritual. This route through the village's back alleys proved to be both expedient and dangerous. The density of structures along the route impeded the flow of caustic mud, but allowed for multiple hiding spots for remaining groups of frenzied rats and individual unsound human hostiles. Flame suppression units were used extensively to clear pockets of rats, and small arms fire was used to dissuade 4 to 5 hostile Foundation staff from pursuit. From the north wall of the village, the group proceeded to approach 7776 through the town square park area. At this point, flame suppression units depleted, though the dwindling number of present rats were susceptible to small arms and flashbang grenades. Due to the burden of equipment required for the ritual, aiding injured or catatonic personnel in their travel to the site chosen for the ritual, and difficulties with terrain, 26 meters of travel took 40 minutes. While the bulk of the group was reaching the top of the hill, the area was shaken by another earth tremor coinciding with a spatial shift. Relative gravity, along with the slope of the hill, began to steepen, causing mud and debris to flow rapidly, making ascent actively hostile. It is believed that an underground spatial shift created a void behind the group, which opened a sinkhole at the base of the hill. Mud, blood, and debris were observed to circle the sinkhole, and they were pulled in, forming a whirlpool of sorts behind the group as they attempted to ascend. Body cam footage, Delta, May 4th still, note, partial sections, begin log, 8:37 p.m. Camera's field of view displays Delta pushing a restrained Foundation member up the hill towards the remainder of the group. The view is distorted by blood raining on the camera lens. Mud and debris flow towards the camera as it slides down the hill. Beta can be seen grabbing the restrained individual and hauling him up the hill and turning to Delta as a mass of wreckage sweeps into Delta, pulling him down into the mudslide. Delta can be heard screaming and swearing as he is dragged down, with his hands repeatedly attempting to cling to an anchor point. As he descends, the rest of the group can no longer be seen, and the motion of the mudslide jostles Delta onto their back, facing the sinkhole. As they approach the sinkhole, Delta can be heard praying in panic. 8:38 p.m., 1 minute later. Upon reaching the base of the hill, Delta's camera can be seen circling the sinkhole repeatedly, with debris battering him repeatedly before motion stops. Delta can be heard screaming and is visibly attempting to claw his way out to solid ground, but mud continues to flow on top of him. The camera jolts, and Delta screams again as he steadily descends into the sinkhole, causing the recording to end. Site 93 recovered footage. Perimeter camera C. Begin log. 8:44 p.m. Camera view is a static view of the village of Redacted, with the battlements of the outer wall in the foreground and the entry square of the village behind it. The village beyond stretches up a hill, topped with a cluster of buildings in the center. Several stationary structures, superficially resembling tree roots, can be seen descending from the cloud cover, partially obscured by heavy precipitation of blood. 8:47 p.m. Upon the detection of unusual movement, the camera automatically focuses on a humanoid figure emerging from the cloud cover at speed. The figure is visibly flailing as it falls, and as it falls, its legs collide with one another of the aerial structures. The figure falls toward the camera for several seconds before it is able to be seen clearly as being Delta. Delta can be seen screaming as he falls for a period of 27 seconds before impacting the stone flooring in front of the camera, dying on impact. The body can be seen to have suffered multiple burns prior to landing and was noticeably disfigured. Once again, the group proceeded to prepare ritual components within a civilian structure adjacent to 7776. Redacted of the Redacted Restrained Foundation personnel were anointed with intricate patterns drawn in blood taken from Assistant Director Redacted before being data expunged in 7 groups. Other components were arranged into a Class H probability device by Site-93 personnel. Members of Survey Team Alpha and Survey Team Beta moved to confiscate the device, but prevented from doing so by Lucid Site-93 staff. Survey Team Alpha and Survey Team Beta members were then crucified upon an improvised breaking wheel within the shed structure under the supervision of Dr. Nemeth. Dr. Nemeth then left in the direction of 7776. Survey Team Body Camera Log Alpha. Same day, partial sections. Begin log. 9:03 p.m. The camera's field of view shows the town center with 7776 in the center frame, with the camera approaching the anomaly. Numerous medieval stone and timber buildings can be seen behind 7776, and the footage appears to be lit by numerous fires off camera. Blood rain continues to fall, and large quantities of green-tinted black sludge can be seen gushing from 7776, covering the entire area. A large, vaguely humanoid form possessing numerous arms can be seen attempting to emerge from 7776, but seems unable to breach the surface of the sludge emerging from the well. Ritualistic chanting can be faintly heard from off-camera, but is largely drowned out by the screams of Survey Teams Alpha and Beta. The camera continually jostles as Survey Team Alpha struggles. 9:43 p.m. A technical issue appears to affect camera equipment at this point, and the recording is set to 0000. It remains non-functional. The following transcription is in relation to the point from 9:33 p.m. local time. 0000 static. 0007. The Lucid Site-93 staff can be seen dragging restrained personnel towards 7776. Each restrained individual has been stripped of their clothing and appear to have their mouths crudely surgically altered. Their state is unclear due to the camera angle and lighting. 0008. Those persons orchestrating the ritual are then seen to place each prisoner against the base of 7776 with their arms draping over one another in a complex embrace involving twisting and the dislocation of shoulders, chanting continuously. The rainfall is no longer consisting of blood, but instead a thin, black liquid. 13 minutes. 7776 floods. The sludge spills forth from 7776, flows over the captives, visibly burning and melting their skin as it flows over them. The skin and flesh of the captives is seen to mix with the corrosive sludge, taking on a consistency similar to melted wax, spreading over the area. The figure within the well thrashes and flails all the more intensely, but remains unable to breach the surface. At the 16-minute mark, static. 44 minutes, 44 seconds, or I think that's 44 hours, 44, one or the other. Video resumes. SCP-7776 remains at the center of the frame, now entirely coated in a web of organic material. Presumably the melter remains the captives. Green fluid can be seen flowing freely from this material in small channels, giving off a sickly vapor. Masses of squirming black tendrils or worms can be seen coating the ground, but avoiding the web of organic material descending from 7776. The village buildings surrounding 7776 now appear to be constructed of the same black stone as the well itself, with their windows lit from within with flickering light. Black liquid, bright red blood, mud, and clearish oil-like fluids are seen rising into the air, resembling reversed rainfall. The ritual chanting is now the only audible sound in the recording. The scene is periodically illuminated by flashes of brown lighting, revealing a colossal, indistinct, shadowy, vaguely serpentine figure moving within the clouds with multiple arms descending towards 7776. 57-minute mark. So we went back? I don't know. A loud scream can be heard, and the ritual chanting falters as the entire frame shakes, revealing that Survey Team Alpha and Survey Team Beta's muffled screams can still be heard, growing increasingly mixed and distorted. Dr. Nemeth's voice can be heard resuming the chant as the rest of the survivors join her. 101. They can then be briefly seen rising into the air surrounding 7776 in a circle, each person being visibly altered and mutilated, with components of the melted captives connected to the survivors among their spatially warped and flayed skin stretching out behind them. Survey Team Alpha and Survey Team Beta can then be heard emitting a grunting, gasping sound as a large, jagged shard of black stone is violently thrust from below the frame, with a length of organic tissue connected to its end, leading into 7776. The organic tendril pulls taut, and the camera begins to approach the well before being cut off by static. Clock resets static. 9:28 p.m. Footage implies the camera is rolling, no longer being worn. Footage shows the town square displaying significant damage. The smithy partially collapses on screen before the camera rolls against the dead body of an unidentified Foundation researcher. Local reality appears to have returned to baseline levels, and there is no sign of the survey team or the Site-93 survivors. And log. Within 2 hours of loss of contact, an additional set of survey teams, along with an armed escort, were sent to investigate the initial teams. These later teams discovered the village to be in significantly worse condition than the initial team had encountered. Unknown processes led to the complete desertion of the village, with various structures in different states of disrepair. The remains of approximately 150 deceased Foundation personnel were found across the town, with more complete remains damaged by corrosive liquids, self-inflicted injuries to the head, or bearing evidence of consumption by rats. Subsequent autopsies discovered geometric brain anomalies and gibberish lettering recently etched into teeth and bones via unknown means. 4 bodies were found with the gastrointestinal tract and aorta packed with dry rock matching local sources, and 6 discovered with injuries consistent with deep sea decompression. None of these 10 bodies had any recognizable patterns that would lead to an explanation of why they suffered similar anomalies. Of those found within Redacted, only Site Director Savrog Pilecki was found alive within a cafeteria freezer unit half submerged in the earth. Though suffering severe self-inflicted facial wounds and bruising trauma, Director Pilecki was able to resume duties, but possesses no memory of the incident. Examination of deceased rats in the village prior to disposal showed them to be malformed with scabrous fur, abnormal growths on their skin, and copious amounts of both human and rat flesh within their digestive tracts. Judging from rodent populations and recordings of this event in eyewitness reports, a single-digit percentage of rodent corpses were recovered, in comparison to what should be expected. Site-93 itself, the Foundation-built modern facility, was found to have been comparatively unaffected. Site staff and village inhabitants sealed within bunkers and containment cells were shown to have a 72% survival rate, and were able to debrief the survey team on the true nature of 7776. Repair and expansion of the site commenced rapidly and began its journey towards a more independent role in the Foundation. Dr. Balthazar, I demand an explanation.
Yeah, I don't think it needed to be that long, or at the very least, it did take a long time to get to like the hook. You know, like it's a good article, very creative, very good visual descriptiveness with a lot of like the logs, but like gotta get me into it sooner.
I absolutely frickin' think this doesn't need to be this long. There are too many examples. There are too many notes. The point could gotten across with less, and that's
like the outdated containment procedures and the outdated description. You went through that first one. I really maybe I'll have to reread it to see, but like I feel like I didn't really get anything from that was like really needed to be there. You know, like I don't know. Definitely very descriptive.
I'm looking at the discussion for Dr. Balthazar's author post based on the inspired by the flop 2005 film. SCP-2000. No. 2005 film. Brothers Grimm, but grew to fill several niches. I enjoy. Big thank you to Dexanote and valuable help. Crits, preferences.
Sure.
Because like the not having a certain amount of people gave me pattern screamer vibes. 3930. You can only have so many people who know about it. The more who know about it, the worse it is.
Right.
But something about the way that the containment procedures were written, it's like said too much about it for what was supposed to be redacted.
Yeah.
I don't understand how this works in a document form because of the not Foundation database not being allowed to know about it stuff.
Yeah. I mean, Infohazardous stuff exists. They usually keep it sealed.
And yeah, some sort of like, what's the word I'm looking for? Don't know. Tired. I currently have a Stockholm syndrome relationship with this article. Like in the beginning, it was fine, if not a little dull for me.
Right.
And then I got excited during the Crusaders notes. Like I had fun with the character and the way he told the story.
Yeah.
And so that got me like into it again. Or I guess for the first time, because I found all of the opening detail too dry and too much.
Sure.
Like I would cut the hell out of that.
I feel like there's a lot of like body horror that didn't really need to be there.
I like the body horror aspect in general. I'm a gore guy and a horror house dude.
Don't get me wrong. I mean, it's perfectly acceptable. It's just it kind of pulls away from, in my opinion, like what the article is trying to do, to be like, let's get into the nitty gritty of how each person died. I don't know, because it's already so long. You know, it's just like
I think it just needed to be. I think what you mean and what I agree with is it needed to be targeted. There was just so many examples of everything.
Yeah.
And instead, a couple examples of really good things would have done it much more justice and wouldn't have slogged it down.
For sure.
The other thing I want to say, I have a lot of opinions on this article because of the way it just did me dirty. The logs and events need to chill out. It's like, just like less of them. And this final push, the action scene, the like movie scene, I'm too detached from it because we don't have anyone in there, I feel.
There's the two-word dialogue.
Yeah, like we have one character who says two words.
It felt very genuine when you said that.
Yeah.
It's coming from the heart.
I really felt it. I was going method there.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to think of other action scenes that have done it like this, because if you think about 1730, when you go to What Happened at Site 13, we have the characters going through the action scene, and so we have their like perspectives and dialogue.
Right.
I mean, so much of this is good, but it's just like there's so much beyond it. That's all. There is way too much of this mass, and I think this is a kill your darlings moment. It needs to be cut shorter, keep the best stuff, and streamline. That's my thought process here.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
And I think I could upvote it if it were streamlined, but I can't upvote it as it is because I'm so mad at it.
That's fair. The action scenes, they kind of play out to me like, I mean, I'm not like an expert on the, choreography. I had some cinematography, but it's like, have you seen Tenet?
I haven't seen Tenet, but I've heard I've heard good and bad things.
Yeah, so it's like, they focus so much on the one thing that they didn't really characterize anybody. They didn't really set up a reason to care about the characters, but the scenes are cool. It's like you can really tell that they cared about the descriptiveness of the scenes and all that, but the two-word dialogue is really just emblematic of the bigger issue here.
Say, Dr. Balthazar, if you end up watching this, there's so much gold in here, and like, good job with what you got. I hope you streamline it, but it's your article, and if you like it as is, that's that.
Yep.
Whew.
Absolutely.
In the chat, I just want to shout out real quick. Nice Diamond Queen. Thank you for the super chat and for joining the stream. Welcome. I'm glad. Thank you also to Theft King, for fellow YouTuber Theft King, for shouting out the stream and joining us for a little bit. Good to see you, buddy. If you don't follow Theft King, big FNAF person, and uses one of Sunny Clockwork's images as their profile pic, which is how I first was like, oh, okay, FNAF and SCP guy over here. Cool.
Very neat. Very neat.
And earlier, a Shadow of 1471, also thank you for the super chat. I will maybe pull the cat ears in on the next stream. We will think about that.
I have a zany hat I could wear too. Yeah.
All right, take a deep breath, Sherm. Hoo-wee.
Yeah, you cool off. Let me handle the next one.
All right, where are we going next? An actual crow, 7998.
Yes, 7998 looks pretty interesting.
And if you said this is a longer one, then that makes this our last one for the evening, I assume.
It's not as long as some of the other ones, but it still take me a bit for sure. There's a fair bit of dialogue though, so I'm gonna have to bring you back in eventually.
I am happy to do some dialogue. Ooh, I like this shifting picture thing going.
Yeah, the carousel, it's nice. Item number 7998, level 2, restricted. Containment class, declassified. Special containment procedures. Due to a lack of knowledge regarding SCP-7998's origin, containment is currently deemed impossible. Due to SCP-7998's widespread and continuous effect on all DNA-based life, containment of SCP-7998-1 instances has necessitated the Lifted Veil Protocol. Description: SCP-7998 is a probabilistic phenomenon which greatly increases the likelihood of extreme anomalous mutation in organisms. Mutated organisms are referred to as SCP-7998-1. This is most common in humans, of which 0.3% are SCP-7998-1 instances. The likelihood of 7998 influenced mutation is directly correlated with similarity to the human genome. This means that organisms that are genetically less related to Homo sapiens are less likely to exhibit anomalous mutations. In the decades following SCP-7998's initial appearance, SCP-7998-1 instances have become integral to all aspects of Foundation's operations. Approximately 70% of adult human SCP-7998-1 instances are employed by the Foundation, with the remaining 30% of instances largely consisting of individuals with, quote, low-value mutations. And the image caption is, "Are you the next World Walker?" Foundation recruitment ads featuring SCP-7998-1 instances. Oh, the different captions on each image. So, are you the next Grandmaster? Are you the next Overseer 3? And that's it. Okay. The integration of -1 instances with the Foundation has significantly improved effectiveness across all departments. Lifted Veil protocols have resulted in more robust and cost-efficient methods of capturing and containing anomalies. The use of -1 instances with immortality, regenerative abilities, or the ability to clone themselves has made the need for D-class personnel obsolete. Anomalous research has greatly accelerated, with over 5% of main list anomalies being reclassified as Godel. Footnote: the Godel class anomalies can be explained using anomalous science. Additionally, the severity and frequency of containment breaches have been steadily decreasing over the last 50 years. Notable SCP-7998-1 instances include Maya Whitney, no codename, retroactively classified as a -1 instance. Dr. Whitney is a humanoid reptile who began working for the Foundation in 1982. Whitney's abnormally long lifespan allowed her to work for 79 years before retiring in 2061. Genetic testing indicates that she's the oldest known -1 instance, being born over 50 years before SCP-7998's widespread appearance. The implications of this are under research. Fong Fu Wen, quote, World Walker. Previously classified as a hostile anomaly, Ms. Fong was recently hired by the Foundation to assist in securing anomalies. Small fluid-filled organs within her wrist allow her to create, quote, portals that can be used to instantly travel long distances. Idris El Hassan, quote, Grandmaster. Dr. El Hassan's non-Euclidean brain structure leads him to frequently design unorthodox yet effective containment solutions to high-priority anomalies. It also renders him incapable of differentiating music from randomly assorted sounds and results in a condition similar to narcolepsy. Ernest, quote, Dr. Henderson. An immortal shape-shifting silverback gorilla, hostile and highly dangerous. Containment efforts are ongoing. Sasha Ivanovich, quote, archmage. Due to abnormal bone growth, Mr. Ivanovich's skeleton is covered in thaumaturgic runes that allow him to fly, withstand extreme heat/cold, and communicate with the dead without use of conventional methods. And the link is to SCP-5370. Not sure what that is. And redacted, quote, 053. The Foundation's primary public spokesperson. Due to an antimemetic anomaly involving 053's social mannerisms, their anomalous properties cannot be fully understood. Raphael DeSanti, no code name. See below. Expanded profile of Raphael DeSanti. Born on May 11th, 2050, Dr. DeSanti has a golden moray eel in place of a left arm. The eel is approximately 76 centimeters long and terminates at DeSanti's left shoulder. Footnote. Informally known as Lefty. Lefty, stricken, the eel's brain is connected to Dr. Santi's, resulting in them sharing attitudes towards their environment. For this reason, personnel should not feel threatened by DeSanti's presence. The eel will not harm them. Dr. DeSanti is a Level 3 Foundation researcher and the primary editor of the SCP-7998 file. Using himself as the primary subject, he has begun researching the experience of SCP-7998-1 individuals. Experimental results. Dr. DeSanti cannot speak with eels or other aquatic life.
Experimental results is something you can click.
Yeah, I am reading it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Right? Yeah. The first, I'm reading the bullet points. Is there something else?
Oh, for some reason mine was already open.
Yeah,
guess.
it's a black highlighter thing that they can start expanded.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Dr. DeSanti cannot speak with eels or other aquatic life. Dr. DeSanti cannot breathe underwater or hold his breath for an abnormally long time. The shared attitudes between DeSanti and his eel arm occasionally cause him to spend time in dark and sheltered spaces, e.g., underneath tables. This results in negative social and emotional consequences for DeSanti. Subnote. Days where DeSanti's behavior is significantly affected by the eel's brain are called, quote, eel days. For most of his life, DeSanti dreads these days. Dr. DeSanti cannot perform at the level of his anomalous colleagues, despite graduating at the top of his class in the University College London. Dr. DeSanti cannot produce large electric charges like an electric eel. Dr. DeSanti is treated like he's the stupidest person in the room. Dr. DeSanti can eat food using the eel. It does not know how to drink water. This is completely useless. Dr. DeSanti does not know which is worse. School, where everything was expected of him, or work, where nothing is expected of him. Dr. DeSanti hates his coworkers. Dr. DeSanti does not know if eels are capable of hate. One day, DeSanti will drive for 5 hours to the beaches of Western Italy. There, he will cut off his arm so the eel may return to the sea. Moray eels cannot survive in Mediterranean waters. Edits awaiting approval. Kind of remind me of bees a little bit there. Edited by Dr. Rafael Fernando DeSanti, PhD in bioengineering, SCP Foundation researcher, clinically depressed. Not that any of it matters anymore. Another open thing. We're saying access SCIPnet email. 1 new message. 2, R. DeSanti at scip.net from M. Levi at scip.net. Subject, potential transfer. You want to be Levy because you're going to come up in this conversation as well? Yeah.
I just saw your edits to the SCP-7798 file. See me in my office when you clock in tomorrow. Signed, Miriam Levy, PhD, Head of Public Relations Europe, Clearance Level 5.
Personal Relations Archive. Source, Security Camera. Location, Office of Dr. Miriam Levi. Date, April 10th, 2081. DeSanti opens the door to Levi's office. Levi's drumming her fingers on a desk. Her hair, along with most of her office supplies, are floating weightlessly in the air.
Mr. Dr. DeSanti, please take a seat.
DeSanti sits. He points at a pen floating next to him. This is normal, right?
Oh, yes. That's just a bit of a nervous habit. It's been a long day. Long few days, actually.
Several pens fall to the ground. The other objects remain suspended.
Sorry, my office is such a mess.
It's okay. DeSanti looks at a small succulent floating above the desk. His focus returns to Levi. You wanted to talk about my editing.
Yes, I saw you talk about how disconnected you felt from the other faculty, and I thought you might be more suited to work in another department.
You're demoting me.
No, I'm not removing you from your position, and I'm not politely asking for you to resign. I'm giving you a choice, and a lot of the information surrounding that choice is classified.
I'm confused. If it's classified, how would I know what to choose?
I can't give the exact figures, but I have the authority to give you partial, temporary clearance. By the time the Foundation showed itself to the public, it had already prepared a PR campaign. They were the ones doing the dirty work necessary to keep everyone safe. The PR team focused on the tech innovations, published some research on amnestic therapy for trauma. When people had doubts, they showed off all the scary things the Foundation had captured and killed over the years. The Foundation had been doing the right thing, but it took a lot of work to get the public to believe it. It worked eventually. It was clear how much they needed us, especially when we knew more about the superheroes than anyone else.
How much was there to know? The current file hardly says anything.
We had experts in anomalous science, books for disciplines like the rest of the world didn't know existed. That also meant we were pretty successful when it came to hiring superheroes. We kept hiring them for decades. For the past couple of years, the other shoe's been dropping. We spent decades making ourselves look friendly, and now they're going back to thinking we're mysterious.
I don't know why, but I don't like the fact that they're using superheroes as the term. But anyway. So we're losing funding?
We're losing respect. People are trying to deal with anomalies themselves instead of calling. Governments are pushing back more and more. The public doesn't see us as human anymore. They're starting to think we're just freaks caging freaks. But you get how they feel. You know what it's like to be
normal?
If that's what you want to call it.
The office supplies have settled on the floor. The corner of a document rises and falls to Levi's breath.
I'm asking you to join PR. Talk to some civvies, write some articles, make a real difference. We can media train you for the press.
I think you've made a mistake. DeSanti begins to stand. Levi takes her arms off the desk.
If you just listen to what I'm offering.
I'm here for research. Do you think I applied to this damn place so I could do interviews?
I know. I realize why you're here. You joined the Foundation to make a difference, and I'm trying to give you that. I know this isn't what you had in mind, but you're cut out for it. Much more than I am. Much more than you're cut out to sit in a lab.
DeSanti and Levi stare at each other.
You don't have to come to a decision now. Just think about it, okay?
DeSanti stands up, then pauses. I will. DeSanti leaves. The desk falls 2 inches, its legs crashing against the floor. Levi relaxes in her chair. Addendum. Janet Eisner, an SCP-7998-1 instance who doesn't need to sleep, has been rapidly outpacing her coworkers. Working for between 14 and 18 hours a day, Eisner has been promoted several times, advancing from a new hire to head researcher over the span of 10 months. This process typically takes 3 to 7 years. Most recently, she's surpassed Dr. DeSanti's push for promotion, stricken, become the head researcher for SCP-7998. 2. M. Levi at scip.net. From R. DeSanti at scip.net. Subject PR job. I'll do it. Signed, Raphael DeSanti, PhD, Primary Editor, SCP-7998. Clearance Level 3. Personal Relations Archive. Source, Studio Camera Wireless Earpiece. Location, Site 91, Main Soundstage. Date, July 7th, 2082. All right. And I could be I'll be the host. And wait, hold on. Who else is here? Santi, Levi, or do you prefer Levy? I can do either one.
I
forget which
think
one you
I'll take Levy and
I'll pronounce it as Levy then. My bad.
Levi.
Yeah. No, whatever you want. I was asking which one you prefer.
I'm trying. So it looks like 053 is the host, right?
No, Coletti is the broadcast director. Oh no, yeah, 053 is a host. Yes, correct.
All right.
The head of PR.
So yeah, go ahead, take Coletti because that's just like 2 lines. I'll keep Levy because that's just a couple lines here, and then I'll do 053. That way we're talking to each other.
Perfect. Raphael DeSanti and 053 are sitting at a news desk. Both of them have earpieces. Film crew members walk in and out of frame. All right, everyone ready? We're recording in 60 seconds.
You still nervous?
Of course I am. How am I supposed to do well with someone like this?
I'm having Overseer 3 interview you because they're experienced. They can walk you through it so that they're practically interviewing themselves. Don't think of this as a competition. It's more like a dance. They know how to lead, so you just need how to follow. You just need to follow.
I don't know how to dance. Recording in 5, 4.
You'll learn.
The studio goes silent.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Weird World, your best source on the latest anomalies. I'm your host, Overseer 3.
Footnote. No other name is, was, or will be perceived.
Today I'm here with Raphael DeSanti. DeSanti has an ability that isn't as flashy as some of the SCP Foundation's other staff members, but is still certainly worth noticing. Tell us about your arm, Raphael.
Well, I actually only have one arm.
Oh?
For my whole life, I've had an eel instead of my left arm. DeSanti hesitates, then rolls up his left sleeve.
Ooh, fascinating. And does it have a mind of its own?
It does, sort of. Lefty and I named it Lefty, by the way. We each have our own brains, but those brains are connected, so we think similar things. If I'm friends with you, then Lefty is also going to be friends with you.
And he doesn't bite friends?
No.
Well, in that case, I really hope we become friends. But seriously, I've been spending time with Raphael and Lefty, and they are absolutely lovely. If any of you want to see him, he'll be traveling around and educating people on anomalous marine biology. Tell us some more about that.
Well, I'm going to be visiting Italy and Spain with a team from later this month all the way until February. We're partnering with several aquaria and setting up booths to talk to people about the different types of anomalous fish we see here at the SCP Foundation. We want to be fun for all ages and really connect with everyday people. The light on 053's earpiece briefly glows. Their expression changes slightly to an indeterminate emotion. They return to their previous expression.
That sounds fascinating. I know you're very busy planning and preparing for your trip, so I'm not going to keep you here for too long. We all know that safety is a top priority here in the Foundation. But how did we keep people safe back when we hardly knew anything about anomalies? Here's Lana Sadler's wonderful documentary, A Brief History of Containment. Cut the film. This is an emergency.
Coletti stops filming. What? Was that live?
None of it's live, kid. Even if it was, you've got bigger things to worry about. There was an accident in northern Spain. Some crazy boar got into a crowd. Worldwalker caught the boar, but she teleported some people with it.
Are they okay?
12 injured, 7 of which were teleported. No deaths yet.
Christ.
It's the last thing we need, especially now.
053 rubs his face.
There's really no silver lining to this. For your sake, I hope you're as good as Miriam says you are.
Wait, you aren't sending me after this.
You're on PR. We need all hands on deck for this. I'm sending everyone after this.
But I don't even know what I'm doing. I hardly have any training. 053 shrugs.
Guess you'll learn.
Incident report. On July 7, 2082, an anomalous boar made entirely of black marble was discovered in Bilbao, Spain. While it initially avoided large groups of people, Foundation efforts to catch the anomaly resulted in it fleeing to Bilbao's urban districts. As it grew increasingly confused and disoriented, claim unverified, it ran farther and farther into downtown Bilbao. 5 civilians were injured as a result of this. Foundation agents struggled to move through the increasingly dense environment, Once Agent Feng Fuwen was sufficiently close to the anomaly, she created a portal connecting its position to the team's portable storage container, PSC. Due to the density of the crowd, 7 civilians were also teleported to the PSC. All 7 were injured. As of, July 8th, 2082, 2 are dead and 1 is in critical condition. Calling Miriam Levy, we'll say. Levy.
Hello?
How screwed are we?
Raphael, it's 7 in the morning.
I'm too nervous to sleep. Lefty is shaking. I didn't even know eels could do that, and suddenly I'm supposed to be teaching biology while making everyone believe that the Foundation is some fantastic little...
Calm down. I'm still half asleep, so I don't hear you yelling in my ear.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just don't know what to do.
I don't either. Read a book or go on a walk or something. I'm too tired to think of a motivational speech. Just be yourself. I asked you to work for my department because you're more human than the rest of us. That's why you're scared of talking to people, while I'm scared of stranger things, like floating someone's kid too high or dropping them.
You worry about that?
I worry about other things too, but I've had a couple close calls like that. There are also floating knives, glass objects, that sort of stuff. Sorry, I'm talking too much.
No, you're good. Anyways, I'm going to let you get back to sleep.
Bye. You're going to do great.
Thanks. Good night. Call ended. Personal relations archive. Sources, several. Locations, several. Dates. So it's back. Okay. So maybe it was the other way around and it just went forward exactly a month. Okay. September 7th, 2082 to January 17th, 2083. Hello, I'm Raphael DeSanti. I'm Dr. DeSanti. This is Dr. DeSanti, and I'm here to answer all your questions about anomalies. What's your name? Miss Molina, I can assure you that the Foundation researchers aren't grown in vats of chemicals. We're normal people who get hired just like anyone else. No, Mr. Centauro, you don't need to be part animal to work at the Foundation. If you take a look at other crew members, you'll see that I'm the only person who is part animal. Yes, you said you wanted to know about Parawatch. To Levi. Are they protesting us? Raphael DeSanti and Miriam Levy are sitting on the floor of a hotel room. A 6-pack of beer sits between them. It's dark outside.
Another day?
Another disaster.
Cheers to that.
No, fish don't have a god. If they did, I would know about it. No, I promise he's not going to bite your children. They're gone. The Foundation doesn't torture people. They don't steal homeless people and do unethical experiments. They used to use death row inmates, but they've stopped doing that over 20 years ago. Sorry, Parawatch isn't exactly my field. You try asking one of the other staff members. Yes, Luca, I know what your mother said, but I promise you the people of the Foundation are all very nice. Raphael DeSanti and Miriam Levy are sitting in the back of a van. A coffee pot and paper cups sit between them. DeSanti stares into his cup.
More coffee?
Yeah, more coffee. Oh, gigafauna are very interesting. Normal animals can't grow too big because of this rule called the square cube law. But anomalous gigafauna... ... I am normal. We're all more normal than you'd think. Hey, don't try to break that. Yes, I've done research, but I'm also on the PR team. That stands for Public Relations. No, sir, we don't make propaganda films. What? We don't eat babies? Where did you even get that idea? You don't have to be a super genius to work at the Foundation. Actually, most of us aren't anomalously smart at all. I had to study just as much as everybody else to get my degree. Raphael DeSanti is brushing his teeth in a hotel bathroom. He spits into the sink before looking at himself in the mirror. There are bags under his eyes. Halfway there. I'm not a monster. I'm just here to try and inform people. No, I don't know anything about Parawatch. I know you're worried. That's part of why I'm here. To tell you that we're much safer than you think we are. That's a personal question. Ma'am? Sir? If you're going to ask me this, questions about my work, feel free. If you're going to attack me with pointed questions, then I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Raphael DeSanti and Miriam Levy are on break. Levy's lights DeSanti's cigarette. Do you know what Parawatch is?
Huh?
Feels like every other person wants to know about Parawatch. I've never heard of it.
I think I remember reading an article about them. They were their own little organization of people capturing anomalies. Disappeared pretty soon after the Foundation went public.
Are you sure? Levy shrugs, then blows a cloud of smoke. We have all sorts of crabs in containment. There's one that can talk to you, but all it says are chess moves. Apparently it's very good. Lefty hasn't bit anyone since I was 12. They didn't experiment on me. They don't experiment on anyone who doesn't agree to it. No, listen, we're not mad scientists. We're not human traffickers. We're not circus animals or ringleaders. We're researchers funded by your government. Any graduate school on the continent does work similar to what we do. We're wrapping up after the show, but I can talk to you more about how we track deep sea animals if you stay. Okay, yes, our work does involve monsters, but the methods and the research process are very similar to what you'd see in a grad school. You know, I thought about letting them experiment on removing him, but I don't think I want that. I like him, kind of. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for your questions. Thanks, I hope you enjoyed it. And be sure to check out our website. Personal Relations Archive. Source, security camera. Location, office of Dr. Miriam Levy. DeSanti and Levy are sitting on opposite sides of her desk. They're both resting their bodies on its surface. No objects are floating.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
We did it.
Yeah. We brought things back around. Saved our part of the world.
I mean, you did most of it.
Yeah.
You were supposed to disagree with me.
I'm kidding. I couldn't have done anything if it wasn't for you.
Thank you. But I have to admit, you were pretty impressive out there.
Well, you're the one who trained me, so...
So nothing. I'm not stealing your credit on this.
On this?
You know what I mean. Everyone on the team did great things. I'm singling you out because you're so stubbornly against feeling good about yourself.
Well, okay.
I want you to feel like a hero.
I will, eventually. For now, I need some raw fish and a nap underneath my desk. Levy smiles.
Eel day?
DeSanti smiles. Yeah, eel day. And we got an image down here. Are you the next Moray? Oh, boy. That was adorable.
That was adorable, and I'm actually really impressed with this form of montage in the middle you went through.
Yeah,
That's an interesting way to do that format, and I really got the visual of all the different interview and the question and answers. That was really good.
Yeah, well, because, like it sort of simplifies the entire crowd to this nebulous thing that he's reacting to. It puts the focus on DeSanti more than, like the individual conversations that he's having. But I do think that it was very effective. Once again, I don't know how you justify that in universe, but it's fine. It reads very effectively and it's an enjoyable read. So it gets a pass from me. Eel day.
Hey. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
What I'm going to say is we are just about to end the stream, and we got 2 new donations to the Sumerian Fund.
Beautiful. What a great way to kick them back off.
Shout out to Kate in the donations. I hope that's not a dead name. GoFundMe is like that sometimes. I appreciate it either way. And Theft King dropped off a little donation when he came in. Much appreciated, my FNAF friend.
Very nice. Appreciate you.
And so, yeah,
wow.
We are currently, I just got the buzzer to check on my phone because we hit 75% of the goal. Just crossed.
Beautiful.
Lovely.
Excellent. Yeah. Good article though. I like that. Like I said, I didn't particularly care for the use of the word superheroes. Like the Foundation wouldn't change their nomenclature, and I don't think if given the option, people with like random abilities would like actively call themselves superheroes if superheroes are a subject of derision. I don't know. It's a different timeline, different world. So they can do whatever they want.
I would have liked the superheroes thing more if they had focused the article toward like justifying it. If there were like people doing hero shit and you had to like deal with them or something, I guess.
Yeah. It's basically the plot of Hancock with Will Smith. It's not, but it's the same kind of like, trying to rehabilitate the image of superheroes.
I like the image work as well. The images and the edits are nice.
Yeah. I liked the list of the experimental results of Dr. DeSanti on himself. I thought that was funny. And particularly it's heartfelt as well.
Indeed.
Yeah, it's good. Fantastic
indeed. And let's take a sneak peek at how long our next one.
Right, 7711.
7711, just peeking at it before we finish up.
By Agasuru.
Move it over. There we go. That'll be good enough for now. Archive
page. It kind of reminds me of that 001 that's just like a message from the 051 or whatever it is.
Yeah, oh boy.
It's just a long letter.
Interesting. All right. Well, that'll be fun to peek at next time. Oh, we have a little sound bar here as well.
Yeah, but there's nothing in there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's for effect.
Or is there a secret message that we have to decode?
Oh, yeah. Pop it into a spectrographic analysis analyzer thing, and we'll see what we get. No, there's no file. You don't get anything, sadly. Let's see. What are we looking at in terms of... Okay, that's not bad. It's 5,500 words.
Yeah, that'll be a nice kickoff for next time.
Demon Queen said that there's a new donation.
Say again?
Nice Demon Queen says I sent a donation now.
Fantastic. Thank you, Nice Demon Queen, both for the super chat and for joining us, because I think it was Theft King who sent you here, so that's dope too. And thank you for donating Cimmerian, VIP of the chat today.
Yeah.
And that brings us to the end of tonight's stream on Luck. And so, as always, make sure to check out our support links in the bio. In the description, I should say. This is YouTube, not TikTok. We have the GoFundMe for Cimmerian. You can hop on Patreon. You can check out Last Call Theater's upcoming shows, 2 of which are SCP related. We have a SCP-3008 show and the Church of the Broken God. You can head to Steam to check out the SCP VR game that we are collaborating with. We're doing some writing and some acting. We've got slow-gramming for Billith.
Yes, we do.
SCP Foundation Files on Twitter, and that'll soon be a Roku show. I think they just dropped a preview, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's on Roku first and foremost. The first episode airs on the 11th.
On the Roku channel, Otherworlds TV, right here.
Correct. Yep.
And of course, you could also follow Billith on Twitch.
Twitch.tv/Billith. You can also follow me on Twitter, twitter.com/BillithOG. I have a looser schedule on Twitch, but if you follow me, you'll see whenever I'll announce when I'm doing streams and stuff. We have a great team of SCP folks out there. We all like playing games together, and they're usually spooky, but not always. Come check it out.
Fantastique. And so we will be seeing you every Thursday until this godforsaken contest is complete.
Yeah, we're going to finish and they're going to be like, hey, guess what? 8K is coming up.
Hopefully by 8K, my dream is that we get Site 42, ad revenue, Patreon, sponsors and stuff enough that I'm not doing day job anymore. Because I would love to do what we intended, except I can just stream every day and get all the contest entries in before the contest.
Well, fingers crossed. I mean, this contest filled out 1 out of 10 entries in Series 7, so, or Series 8 rather.
Darn
so,
right. This is
yeah.
coming sooner than we think it will.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it'll be good though. I'm excited to get through all these. There's some bangers coming up, some really good ones I know. SD locks, for example, or real good stuff about that one.
Whoo-wee. Oh my lord. Yeah, what are the other ones we're looking at next week real quick? We have Esiguru, we have Esoterica, LNA Fish Truck. I know I like their work.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Hysteria. I enjoyed 6113. I don't know a lot of their stuff. Digital Princess 234. That's probably as far as we'll get depending on how long these are.
Yeah, I mean, SD locks is there, but we probably won't get there till the following stream. But then we got Stormbreath, Jack Ike, and some other well-known authors. Got maybe 50 or 60 of them left.
Bit by bit by bit, we tackle it.
Yep.
So, Site 42 fam, this has been Dr. Theron Sherman and Billith signing off from another anomalous broadcast from Site 42. Good night.
Take care.
I'm not crazy, I'm just a little unwell. I know right now you can't tell, but stay a while and maybe then you'll see a different side of me. I'm not crazy, I'm just a little impaired. I know right now you don't care, but soon enough you're gonna think of me and how I used to be.